Hello, everybody, and welcome on back to some more action here at CCT North America. It's familiar faces once again. Exner alongside Vincent, ready to kick off another day in a fantastic way. Vincent, I'm so excited to be here once more, continuing forward here in some of the action that we have.
Yeah, me too. As a member of maybe the number one member of the North American Fan Club, I'm always down for some CCT North America. And we've had some fun games already. We are continuing into the round of two here. In the Swiss, as we got a couple of matchups lined up. Bad News Capybaras and MCS will start us off, and then it's Chicken Coop and Alter Iron Club that go on after that one, which is interesting. You got two birds, Chicken Coop, Alter Iron, also a bird on the logo. Who wins?
Go Birds, that's all I know. And looking towards Bad News Capybaras and MCS Gaming to kick us off for the day as well. Obviously, a path for two very exciting rosters, kind of seeing how things build here and how things kind of regulate here throughout the most part. This is two teams that are looking pretty good to start things off, right? We're entering into the 1-0 side of things with this matchup, and obviously rosters so far that have a lot to gain by continuing forward and succeeding and locking in a playoff position here, obviously, to continue to test the depth of these map pools, to continue to test the depth of these rosters, and got high expectations, as do you, for these two matchups today.
Yeah, I mean, let's just jump right in. Let's start talking. I think about Bad News Capybaras to start this thing off, because this is a team that I think has been kicking it around, has looked pretty decent. At least the core of this team, and Jay Chance, Grave, and Seabass in from Take Flight, where they were last season. Gabe has joined in from his recent ban, as well with the squad that they were on. That was, I think at the time it was Perseverance, but they were working under Phoenix throughout the rest of that last season. And then the return of Laffy, who bro has been retired for like 2 years at this point. He's been brought back from the depths. His last season of ESEA was season 41, where he played with Jay Chance and with Gabe. So it's been a hot minute, but I mean, this is an experienced player. You don't just forget all of that. And I'm sure been getting back up into the mix here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely interesting to see how these rosters are able to build. Like you said, I mean, it's been a while since I've last seen Laffy's in the scene and in the space, so good to see him kind of get back into it. And also come into this roster, being able to succeed fairly quickly out of the gates here with this roster, getting some early wins and building some confidence. They took on Justified FE for their opening matchup, so obviously looking to continue to challenge themselves up against tougher and tougher competition as they hit their strides. But again, a roster with a lot to look forward to in the next coming weeks, especially as they start season 49 of ECL.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that they're in ECL, I think they very fortunate to pick that up. They get a spot that was given over by Wildcard and M80. When they kind of stepped back from that. So they were third, fourth in the relegation tournament. So that's a huge opportunity for these guys who, I mean, it was a struggle for them. I think it was really quite clear. There was a lot of teams that were just a step above in the last season of ECL, but I actually think that this season they're absolutely in position to be a lot more competitive than they were in that one. So I think upward signs of momentum for the Bad News Capybaras. And obviously probably still looking to get an organization in there as well. Let's talk about their opposition in MCS, because this is a team, Cole, that it's another one of these like cool stories, I think, of North American Counter-Strike. And this is one that I've been kind of watching it in the opportunity to. MCS as a team have been able to attend a couple of LAN events. They have moved over the last like 4 seasons. This core has moved from kind of making their way up into advanced to being a consistent advanced team, with a winning record, and then into playoffs and doing a great job at the end of last season, finding some incredible results, ending 5th, 6th overall. Like that is a huge level of consistency to build over such a short amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, they were playing at the frag tap event, I remember seeing them kind of work and build a lot of cohesion in Philly, which was quite fun to watch them play there, and obviously looking to see if they can continue to build upon that level of success. I think what is usually like a key determiner of the team's success and future is how much work you're able to do, how many lands you're able to attend as a roster. Because I've just seen so many players rapidly grow off the back of attending these lands consistently. So hopefully I get to see them more around here and continue to develop in that sense, because I think there's a lot of growth that can be done seeing that sort of consistency.
Yeah, and kind of with that, like they've gotten the opportunity to continue move forward. Like they were at Launder's Land as well. They took second place again at tournament. Not had some outlying issues, but regardless, there was a couple of games that they were playing on stage that they show up for as well. So even though there is definitely some asterisks, it's still those land reps that you're kind of referring to that we've talked about on this broadcast and others many times before are just so important, I think, to kind of get up to speed quickly, which is what they have been showing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And again, usually that'll come down to having to kind of work through situations with, best of threes and dig deep into your map pool here, test what you're comfortable on. And I think that can be a big asset is trying to figure out some of those vetoes there being such a confirmed unit. And I think in this matchup here as well, I mean, Bad News Capybara is going to be very familiar with expansion on their map pool and how they feel comfortable in these vetoes. But we'll go ahead and take a look as to how things are going to shape up here in the early goings. For me, I feel like out of the gates, you're going to try and lean on some more comfort if you're on the side of Bad News Capybaras. So depending on what's banned initially, which I think a good ban and nuke out of the gates could make things interesting here for a potential train. No one picking into it. That was Inferno and Anubis out of the gates there. Anubis maybe a little concerning in terms of the win rate for Bad News Capybaras, but some of the competition that they have played is a more challenging type, so not too concerned about that in general. And then we see that train second phase ban, of course. So Mirage to close us out here for the decider.
Yeah, I'm a little less concerned about that Anubis. For Bad News Capybaras, I know that's MCS's pick, and they found some comfort there. That's a map that they like to go to. So it's I'm not dogging on them there, but I do think that Bad News Capybaras have a lot of individuals that feel comfortable on that map. I know J Chance like as an AWP player in the past has looked really good there. And I also know that Gabe on that Phoenix team, like that was kind of the map that they would go to, is that and Dust 2. So he's probably going to feel very comfortable alongside Bad News Capybaras core that liked a lot of Anubis previously as well. So like all of these things put together, I think put Bad News Capybaras as kind of the team to watch, like that I'm looking towards as maybe the favorites coming into this. But not by some crazy margin, not something that MCS can't overcome. I just think that we're looking at a Capybaras team that definitely is newer, but still has reps outside of their individual team.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely kind of an interesting situation there, because I'm with you. I think that there is that sort of formulation there, that this roster a little bit more proven, a lot more, I would say, proven names on this Capybaras roster, but you do still have to deal with the situation there, bringing in maybe players that are slightly out of practice, and that can create a little bit of discomfort. So I think with this current iteration of Bad News Capybaras, you're going to have to see what this team is made of versus some tough competition, some competition that's kind of in your same lane there at the moment, and that could make for an interesting matchup here pretty early on. We'll get that test quickly.
I do think there's good news for MCS, and that's that, this is a core that's been together since season 48. 4 players. Goodbye is the only player that has come in since they sort of initialized in that season. And he came in season 50. So this is now a solid amount of time, 2 full seasons for this 5 actually of MCS that have been continuing to build. And I put a lot of value on that story of building. I've talked about it a lot. I mean, we talked about it kind of with the Kraken roster that you and I have had the privilege to cast a couple of times. I think that's something that we're seeing a little bit more. happen in these CCT North American games is getting that opportunity, or teams like MCS getting the opportunity to kind of break out and get some more reps. That they're clearly trying to do with the amount of tournaments that they're looking to attend, the amount of lands. They're also getting those opportunities, and I think that's where the difference between Bad News Capybaras, who are getting those reps so much more often, and an MCS can start to close that gap a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting here as well is that you're seeing these level of advanced rosters be able to actually build up long-term cohesion with their roster iterations. And I think again, you sprinkle in that success story of like long-standing teams with the idea that these rosters are kind of competing in person together. You're figuring out the sort of commitment level of different individuals, and once you have the buy-in of like a full team and things kind of click, even if it's not necessarily for like massive victories, I think if you can collect that buy-in, make it to a playoff run, get a couple best of threes deep in the land, and be proud of your performances, that is definitely some structure that you can build on. And like you said, I mean, that second place finish for MCS at Laundersland, I'm sure it had a lot to do with some confidence being built there in that department. And then obviously they lost to Timberman, I believe, in TAP, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, I think competition that you can kind of say, hey, we got this far, we ran into one of the tournament favorites, and I think that definitely has a lot to lean on for sure in terms of this team's like cohesion.
Yeah, and you build into that with that fifth, sixth last season of advanced, transitioning, sort of a middling 10-4 regular season into a deep playoff run. To be fair, that was the story of last season of advanced. Actually, in North America, was a bunch of teams that I don't think anybody was thinking of as favorites to make it deep. Those were the teams that did make it deep. That had these sort of impressive runs. We're probably going to talk about that more as we get into the next game a little bit later on, because those are another couple of those teams involved in that. Which I think kind of brings me to like the general point, which is that things are moving in an upward trajectory here for North America, which is why I opened saying I think I'm part of the North American fan club at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough there. I mean, there's been a lot of growth. There's been a lot of excitement. We've been watching teams, and players from the advanced leagues step up to high tier, like tier 1 competition, and prove themselves. And I think that goes to show one of the biggest cases that we can look forward to here throughout 2025 is continuing to develop talent, identifying that there is talent, and that we can use those in rosters and give opportunities to these players. I think that's going to be the biggest deal here long term. But as you can see from our extended conversation about the state of North American Counter-Strike, this game maybe not quite ready just yet. So I believe we're going to be sending this one off to a short little break, and once we come back, we should be able to kick off Inferno.
We just had to call a break, and then that's when we're ready to roll. It's the rules. I just follow them, Cole. And we are following on Bad News Capybaras and MCS to Inferno. We're get this party started. The CT start out of MCS. Actually, we got things swamped up, but either way, a hefty bomb site stack As they're going to take, in fact, all the way into the apartments, try and play a little bit of a back and forth contact play by the looks of things.
A decent little stack towards the A side that could make for an interesting opening. Already losing one of those individuals here towards B is not going to help your chances either, and then walking headfirst into this stack is going to get completely torched. They now try and rush it in towards B, and hey, maybe you get that kill, but completely right in on here from the Bad News Capybaras. Or rather, the reverse, MCS doing the reading. Bad News Capybaras, like you said, a little reversal there in the HUD department, but they're the ones getting red. Getting learnt, sent to school here for the opening pistol.
I don't know what Gabe's gonna be able to pull off here. Bomb down and such. Ooh, nice shot. Maybe something a little bit more. I mean, there is 30 seconds. Low HP out in the open, but we'll get there eventually. Oxarka get the final frag. And, you know, a setup that has worked out beautifully. Very difficult to poke any holes in it when you got so many bodies available, too. Not a lot of high expectations out of a round like this, though. The pistols, but I mean, even light on upgrades. There's a couple of them, though, I guess, to be fair. Something to work with rather than nothing. I'll move into bedroom, whilst MCS will continue to contain the banana. Whew. Uh-oh. Things start to fall apart. I think he's got one, and Scorchy just gets caught in transition. Sure, he'll grab the 1-for-1. Whew. Stefafu's done some damage, but this is still very scary. Bad News Capybaras get the numbers punched in, and they get themselves into the site proper.
Trying to play active in this post, though. Smart idea there. Looking to collapse in on the defense, maybe catch him off guard, trying to throw utility in on that retake, knowing that you're still at a pretty steep disadvantage, but hey, you'll take this every day of the week. Gabe with a lovely headshot to open things up, and then off that chaos, a little overexposed there and caught out of position. Some fantastic positioning from the T side to overwhelm.
I mean, what was the investment in that round? Just 2 deagles, pretty much. That was it.
P250 in the mix. I mean, very little, minimal investment for the reward of a bomb plant. And what do you think of this MP9 buy from Seabass? I think you're just going to see him do something very quick, I'd imagine. Try and get that mobility rolling.
Gotta be. I mean, he's in position to do that. I thought maybe trying to take advantage of a at least perceived lack of utility towards Banana, but that wasn't a reality, actually. MCS very much on the ball with that early into this game.
Try and walk the way in. How is he getting away with this here? 2 kills with the MP9. Oh, Deagle's out. Oh my god. Another kill into J-Chance. Completely devastating that offense and somehow solo defending from Orange's, the B bomb site. Turns this around on his head with an MP9 and his sidearm of a Deagle. Catching the lurk now with the bomb drop. No surprises there.
I mean, that's absurd. After Sinfafu kind of misses the mark, big whiff from him on the wide swing, and thought it was all over. Ogura had to do it all. He was basically alone for so long, and on the MP9, it was enough. The Deagle comes out to add a third. Bad News Capybara is really struggling to find anything on that gun round. It's a bit of a devastating one when you remember that the pistol round, not even a half buy, is more successful.
Yeah, it had definitely a lot of chances to close that one out. Just needed a trade onto that B side, and instead, missing out on that trade cost you everybody a whole round pretty much. Fantastic little display of individualism. Giving that to J-Chance here.
I mean, he's at $0, so it's just very committed. To be fair, loss bonus starting to accrue, so a bomb plant especially will make that no real big deal. Maybe that's what they're hoping for. Even without it, he'll be on a Galil. Of course, there's a win condition now. A little tentative out of Bad News Capybaras as they can prod their way up mid, but they don't really see what they're hoping to see. It's a bit of a trap setup too. They've started to figure out. Doubled up on the back of this pillar. Now Ogura's got to do it again with this MP9. Surely not. Yeah, overwhelmed. Too many bodies, too many fights at the same time.
Yeah, a lot to ask one time there. Having to do it again is a whole other story. They're still interested in on trying to hold down this round here and a struggle to get the bomb over, but that's a good way to do it. Just a little good toss from J-Chance, a nice throw, and number's going to be punched in because of doubling up and towards coffins as well. Going to be really nice, especially when Seabass cracks open a headshot like that for this pose plant to be contained. And Grave will close it out with the Deagle there, so I mean, hey, they struggle to trade. They just struggle with one fundamental flaw on that T side last round when they had the rifles, but they sure do make up for it in the very next by locking in on those kills.
So much space that MCS really allowed them over on the B-bomb site. It felt very much like they were uncomfortable, MCS, in the positions that they were on. Both the B-site players were sort of both playing from Fountain, if you will. It allowed for a lot of Bad News Capybaras to get up there without really any issue whatsoever. So especially when you're pressuring towards A, it just becomes a big surprise when they're already on your site.
See some quick initiation towards this A side again as well. Nice offered up coverage coming through on a Gabe there from a long range, and the pit hold here holding steady as well. Seabass loves scratching his head as the MCS get where they need to be just in time to facilitate a successful defense. Goodbye will send Seabass packing very quickly, so steady on that A side despite so much map control given over to Bad News Capybaras. Again, it's all about getting that quick rotation, getting back to where you need to be in time, and available to do that just in time.
Big difference in that round is that Scorchy's op is like hosted on Banana. They've got a lot of knowledge and information about that side of the map, so it allows them a lot more leniency, a lot more freedom on the A bomb site. And I mean, I think you got to already talk about MCS's effectiveness using that MP9. They're making it look like a rifle every time they have it. Change of pace means nothing, it seems, out of MCS. They slammed the door right into their faces after one round of victories. MCS have put them back to bed fast. No stop, it seems. Triple up by Goodbye, but team effort, really. Both the site players kind of surviving long enough for the reinforcements to arrive, and a crossfire that is hard to break even with the smoke in CT.
They'll move on up pretty quickly here to a 5-1 scoreline. Again, map control's been efficient for Bad News Capybaras, but the holds and setups for MCS working out in their department. A little more initiative though towards this B side this time, so maybe not as well staffed as they look to pressure Seabass away from this. Flashbang straight in towards apartments. False sense of security potential for Goodbye, sent in with the aggressive maneuver. Tosses in another flashbang to his teammate there. So you feel like at some point that's the next step. Flashbang held out and avoided. And there's the contact. So information gathered here as to where the play might be heading.
Dude, look at...
Wait, Seabass is in spawn. He's in CT.
I mean, they
know
kind
now.
of know... Yeah, I mean, he's just fired a bullet, but... I mean, this doesn't change how disorienting this will be for MCS. Ogura is going to have to play with the head on the swivel. That's a big relief. Seabass goes down, and now Scorchy arrives on scene. It's the quick shot up onto Jay Chance, and he'll grab another one. Eventually going to go down as Laffy's left alone. They're so far away. There's a lot of space that's been given over.
No time.
What? You're right. Just a little too late to try and get those numbers punched in. What an absurd round.
What is happening? Seabass is in coffins. The rest of the roster understandably rotates over, gets involved in time, and looks to lock in on some kills, but there's all the cavalry arriving onto the scene. The op just has free range to fire up, especially as Seabass falls. Like, that round just gets upended completely for Bad News Capybaras. It becomes a whole lot more difficult being a one-way street instead of having a extra prong towards B site, which is through coffins. But how do you even get there is my big question. What did Seabass do?
I mean, from what I saw on the minimap, he actually just straight up walked through, caught a crazy timing with a bit of a lurk smoke that was tossed down by the CTs. Insanity. A little high-low. Type angle, that will go down. Docra. The double. Scorchy isolated as well. Laffy doing a great job of getting the second phase of this attack, and those double entry was required. Bad News Capybara. That's a lot of damage, though. Seabass now limited his effectiveness, and Laffy's position now made known.
Oh, denied. Stepping forward there, right, with the quickness. Headshots do roll off. Tough connection sometimes when you're playing inside that pit, but some cooked chicken. Up there in Moto. More like some cooked capybaras at the moment, with how well things are going for MCS. This one, again, I mean, I think some of the more effective rounds we've seen out of them have been leaning towards, like, weird situations with their economy. Half buys, hero rifle rounds, those have been kind of their bread and butter, whereas those gun rounds have kind of gone into some quick chaos.
I also
We're
think
still
that
sticking with the MP9 for Agora. What is this also like the move here? Is this taking over the scene?
I mean, no. There's like two guys that do this, and
Okay,
I guess
and
Agura is the
I've
third.
just watched two recently.
Who else have you watched?
Calamity, I know, does it all the time, and then I
Yeah.
thought Agora was the second.
Oh, is he? Okay. I don't know. I haven't had the privilege to watch much of MCS, so I hadn't seen it, but I don't know. I know Calamity, I'll be real, got kind of exposed on the move up that Akimbo were making. But
Let's say
working
that
out.
to his FPL ranking, so...
well, I mean, the thing is it's great in the FPL rankings. It's just the officials that advanced finals that it was really bad in. You pull that move on Legacy, and they kind of laugh in your face.
Fair enough. Sometimes that motion throws him off there. We'll see if that is true for Agora's already done so much with the MP9, and last time a solo hold from this exact position. Nice info clearing from Goodbye. This is going to provide a lot of security. Laffy Tease does get caught. That was a nice angle from Laffy Tease. Having the jump, but needed the headshot. The execution's on in. Flashbang doesn't quite work well for the CT side. Still yet to clear out the back of triple, new box rather, and that's a quick double up from Gabe and Seabass working in tandem on the entries towards this B side. That's one of those difficulties right there when you have one player operating inside the confines of the smoke versus one outside. It's very hard to unify those two, and created some quick discomfort on that B site.
And even Snafafu's attempts to, be more unified, I think ultimately kind of give away the game a little bit. Taking that flash, that spam, all of that, sort of a bit of a warning sign of some sort of setup for something else on the site, maybe coming through CT or on new box, as it really was for Agura.
Terrorists win.
They get spammed back. So, a couple kills in tandem to get on to B, and News Capybaras will at least get a second round. I think as nice as the scoreline is for MCS, I think what's even more impressive to see is the fashion in which they're winning most of these rounds that they're picking up. These are very strong, dominant holds for the majority, and even when it got down to the wire, 2v2, etc., those look good.
So they can get back to that consistency being built up. The smoke fades away at a pretty rough timing for the T's, but again, they're very quick on this wrap maneuver. After knowing that there's a little bit of a weakness on this A side initially, they're now getting met by counter utility that's going to take valuable time out of this execution. They're still wrapping into site, and they're also moving out of apartments back against the wall. They run down this play. And I mean, such great utility there. Voids off any rotations, any sort of help that MCS were hoping to get into. I think this needs to be a save. I don't know if it will be necessarily. That might encourage them forward. There's still an op on this retake, but MP9 can't escape with the AK attempt on the retrieval. And yeah, the op was already off to the races here and to the other site.
Race against time. Scorchy gonna win that one, and I think that step actually heard by Seabass, so now they come back trying to close in these gaps, and the pistol out, Scorchy will eventually go down. Not even recovered. Don't want that one on the T side as Bad News Capybaras. This is kind of interesting. Bad News Capybaras were really, really quick to this decision. I wonder what the indicator was. Because, they had contact, a full banana take with the op behind it was heard and seen over at B. And that was enough, alongside whatever else they saw, to really want to force that fast A play. And it really worked. The Scorchy had no chance to get back in. Two players kind of isolated outside of the arch side.
Yeah, I mean, fairly similar to what we saw earlier down the line there when you looked at like round, what was it, 3 or the first gun round that we saw them try it on. Oh, look at that damage to the smoke. There's no luxury afforded. They just consistently spam, but they once they feel that contact, are pretty good at quickly motioning towards that A side. They do it with a quick wrap as well, and it feels like maybe Bad News Capybaras either A, playing off of a set spawn call, or B, knowing what their opponents like to do and then counteracting it with those like faster A plays. So I'd like to think if you're willing to do that research and then hop into this game knowing that the sort of starts that your opponents like to get away with.
Yeah, I mean that's that is definitely the value of, watching one, one or two VODs. You just see some of those tendencies. And you're right, it is something that they did get that same look against previously. Want to know what Snafafu was trying to cook up with an R8, like, or thought he was the sheriff or something, jiggling with an R8.
You gotta rev it up.
Well,
rev up those fryers.
I mean, I think he got fried, unfortunately. Got a turnabout situation. But so kick off the end of the half here. So we head into the final round.
Terrorists win.
Little 5th round recovery would be fantastic. I mean, think where we were, like 7-2 into a 5-7. That would be incredible. Turn this again, what looked so dominant for MCS when they were winning rounds, into a half that just kind of looks pretty normal.
Yeah, it'd be a very quick and solid recovery here for them. And one that it kind of always felt like they had some good fundamentals in this half over the grand scheme of things, right? We talk about a couple missed trades and it could have even been closer. Which can just take a little bit of warming up into and are easy to, I think, mentally recover from as a unit. But see what they can gather here to try and close out the remainder of this half.
We've seen this setup, not quite exactly the same. It's got an op involved in it. Op misses his shot, but Oxark able to adjust. Unfortunately, a 1-for-1, not so effective, not so positive for the CT side.
So when you know things are closing in, now good news is for this defense is that you do start to bring in some extra reinforcements. It looks like getting involved here, ready to go. 3-man A lean at the moment.
It's a nice smoke coming from A. Toss from like A site-ish. Or, not quite the top of banana, but B entry, more accurately. Really heads off Bad News Capybaras. Makes them wait a little bit behind this. It's going to start to fade here soon, but Safafu is so very alone.
I can't believe they isolated once again, able to at least lock in a quick kill. Sees the barrel and almost gets baited by it there. Chases down that kill and drops the bomb, setting this round into further chaos for Bad News Capybaras. Numbers punched in. And no motion through that smoker around the corner. So some luxury here at the very least, but oh, look at this. Reined in aggression. Long range duel though, that isn't favorable for an MP9. Ends up losing out in that fight in a tough fashion. Now flashbang for his teammate, but already eliminated here. The smoke already inbound. And Laffy Tees needs to land some smoke spam here to connect. Needs it to connect here. Big 10-second defuse taking place, but he's off the line. Eventually, it does land, and he just tucks. Knows this round is won. Goodbye, chases him down for the kill, but without a kit, it's just no matter. As the half ends up in flames on a B bomb site. Post plant going in the way of the guy who's returned into action.
I mean, it wasn't pretty necessarily, but he weathered the storm. He fought through, stayed alive, crucially, and got the kill at not quite the last moment, but pretty deep into that defuse. Just like 3 seconds left. And yeah, I mean, exactly what we had talked about just a couple of rounds ago happens, where 7-2 is what it's looking like, and now this half in 7-5. What a great hold out of Snafafu, I really gotta say. He's done a great job getting that kill, then surviving first and foremost, but then he gets a second one. Like, he's done so much there. They lose no map control, set up for a 3-on-2 retake, and unfortunately it's not enough to win them the round.
That is certainly a tough situation there, given the output, but MCS also holding nothing back in this CT side, or T side rather, who very quick through that B site into the double coffin setup. All set up for the dualies. Seabass doubling down in this position, catches one by surprise, but only gets a single. That's a huge problem. There's J Chance. Able to connect, but it's traded just as quickly here. The dual Berettas long range there eventually connected. Oh my goodness. That's some crazy damage long range for the dualies. I did not expect, but MCS, they get both pistols now and get to maintain this lead.
As much as you want to set those dualies up for Seabass, if he goes down, apparently you don't want Scorchy to have him. That's for damn sure. Bro, looked right at home. That crazy range out of that dink. Like those are hard to hit at half that range sometimes. With the dualies.
Yeah.
Seabass getting a little silly. He just, he was praying to the CS gods on that one. Dear Valve, please, could I just get it this one time? They've done it to me so many times. What if just this once I got it? You know what? He gave it a try.
Keep praying.
You got to try it for it to work. That's all I'm saying.
True. You do miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
There you
what about
go.
J Chance hitting his shots? Their Deagles have been deadly. I mean, again, their half-buys have given them a lot of efficiency.
Kept MCS more on the back foot, even with their SMG shenanigans. The amount of econ that they were kind of saving over the course of Ogura not necessarily having to have, big rifles on the B site. Still made it difficult. MCS think, yeah, no, actually, I'll wait. Seabass known to be over in that direction, and J Chance is Deagle enough to send them back over here to B.
They do scout pretty comfortably into that site. Despite the 4v5 for a little while. Oh, there's a nice shot. Seabass's prayers answered just a little late.
Take better late than never.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta be patient.
That's on God's time. In this case, Valve. You know how Valve time works.
You know how Valve time works?
Well, it's sort of
Gotta teach everyone else.
sort of the idea.
Oh, so the one way we know it works is that we don't know how it works.
Yeah, now you
I
get
see
it.
what you're putting up.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of an enigma, I understand. But it'll be fine. MCS quite a bit, and yeah, I mean, more and more we're seeing this. Into the new year, Cole. You've talked about it a lot, but this is kind of become the meta move for a lot of teams. Is this MP9 type of round?
Yeah, I mean, the MP9 getting shut down there in this case, but it's very interesting to see. I really don't see it all that often in, like, the top level tier 1 stuff, but I'm kind of excited that there is some sort of development in how we use our economy. It's just kind of tough when it's, okay, we're going to use an MP9 for a round, and then we have to kind of concede more ground to a team that's already kind of in a position of power in MR12, which we know can be a pain to try and work through.
I think that's why we've seen it, here in North America a lot of times when you have a bit of an advantage, a bit of a lead. This time it's the opposite.
Yeah.
It's a deficit, but that's why you can run it. Incredible to get a second one there for Laffy.
We saw what Agora was able to do with the MP9 solo defense, so I'm not trying to make it happen there in some form or fashion, but like you said, in a position where you're kind of vulnerable here to, just a couple of rounds going wrong now at this point, 3 to close it out, it does make it pretty difficult, but not a bad defense put up there, a little bit of extra. Frags going their ways. Goodbye. Put wraps to that one. I thought it was going to lead them to a third round, third round of the half off. That's not the case. Still missing out on that.
I think on Inferno, though, especially, you can definitely take that decision, but I think it's just as valid to make sure you're getting as much utility as you can for how important it is. You know, a couple extra flashes, smoke on everybody, making sure you can get those Molotovs as well. All very important. So big a fan of that one. J-Chance really out in the middle of nowhere. Brave in a difficult spot. He got his first already. He'll grab 3 in defense of this A-bomb site. They arrive on scene quick enough to deny the re-entry towards A proper. By looking to 1v3 this. Started out right, but 23 health is a big stopping point for him.
If he had bomb right now, in theory, he could transition it into the B side, but now he just has to hope that players' crosshairs are looking the wrong way. There's just coverage at this point in time. Gonna have to make some noise. Or what the case is, and spotted out by Seabass. So, do bounce back there, and it comes down to a big multi-kill from Grave. I think turning the tides of this round, because as you can see, J-Chance falls. This round's up in turmoil if Grave does not find not only 2 kills there, but the opening pick that helps out in his apartment's defense. So, fantastic performance. Grave just completely takes control of that round.
Yeah, this guy we've kind of seen be a little bit more silent in this map thus far, and really starts to activate on the CT side. Oh wow, what a nade! It's gonna hurt you a lot, especially when you now have a Molotov to try and swing through. Flashbang in, everybody's blind, and Gabe takes advantage. Even through this one player, and wait, hold on, Oxarka able to work that into a couple of kills. Still, Laffy still hangs out alive onto the B side proper. Grave has to know, yeah, bomb, or gun barrel spotted.
That's brutal. I mean, it's a very smart reposition there. If there was any overextensions or overaggression, that could have kind of spiraled into more chaos, but being contained now for this situation, and money kind of collapsing for this T side means that Bad News Capybara is going to hang in there just nicely.
Finally forced onto an eco for MCS.
Gonna see him rock out a NAC-10 here. Surprised not to see that. Second half, as much as, I mean, I guess Inferno as well as a map in particular is pretty strong when it comes down to it. They got a clear close left. Oh, it's a stray being caught right there.
Ogre is just hoping he can take advantage of the fact that there's so much contact. Maybe they'll get down in there. Overlook him. Maybe. Nope. Gabe not gonna allow that to happen.
A nice little level up from this defense here. Bad News Capybara is just coming into their own here, looking a lot more comfortable with these defenses. I mean, obviously last round a little bit of a freebie, but having a good step up from Grave, who right now in 7-13, but had that massive impactful moment. You could look to that to be the tide turner for the situation. Great assembly on the boost right there. Flawless.
Might be time to target towards Grave as well. Up into apartments, really just putting on the pressure, especially when you, in the meantime, for the CT or the T side perspective, MCS, they don't have anything on B. Banana fully taken, and owned by the Anubis capybaras.
Yeah, if that's the case, you probably want to now start to work the other side of the map here. Maybe take some brackets control. Otherwise, you are going to have to deal with very little map control that can lead to a suffocating T side. You know, smoke recycled at 50 seconds towards the bottom of banana. You still have that smoke spam. Gabe's got to be careful to conserve some of that ammo, but you know, he's just picked up another smoke. So by the time you really see this action taking place, you're going to see a 4-man stack towards A, and he's going to have more utility to keep B safe and sound.
Man, it's already at the point where as they group up towards B, they're going to be working against the smoke dropped in their face, and now Laffy's returned to the scene with a flashbang to play off of. That smoke's enough for them to just run away from it. MCS, they got to move towards A. There's just no other options, and hey, to be fair, the adjustments have been made. Bad News Capybara is now just too strong here on the A site proper, but Grave from the deep hit position. He's got his one.
Oh,
Seabass, he just gets him as they walk in with the bomb out. There's no time to plant, no time to recover.
Oh, that's just flawless right there. I mean, that's the issue. Like you said, you're running into a site that's only 2 deep. The problem is you have no time for things to go wrong. So everything has to be perfect. You have to be finding your entries. And honestly, you know, I understand the idea of just running into the back of the site there, trying to punch in the digits. But that's what happens when instead of having 10 or 15 seconds left in a round and you're walking into a 2-man lean, you're walking into 2-man lean with, you know, 5 or 10 seconds. It's a huge gap there. And it creates a lot of panic in a T side. It makes sure that you can't clear out these angles as effectively. It's a game changer in this sense.
MCS feeling the squeeze on that one. Last round and now into this one as they take their tack. Difficult decisions being made as well on how to handle the fact that they survive with guns. Obviously no money. On the insurance policy, they'll have something next round too. I think that, you know, one of these adjustments very clearly a thought of, hey, we can't afford to let them have banana so readily at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, I might want to try and work a little bit quicker on this map control here at this point in time. But Bad News Capybara is not really budging on how effectively they're conserving this utility. Smoke's constantly recycled. Again, 40 seconds left. There might be a little bit more ease of access, though, to get into this bomb site. 5 players and one, good flashbang. They're right on in. And here you go. They're just running through it. No flash is necessary, but they are still walking into a pretty hefty 1-2 punch. One that they've been able to deal with. Laffy T's stuck in the back of the site, so only a single kill there, and the numbers being punched in. So bomb plant is just about secured.
That's tough for Seabass. He breaks up in the smoke, but he finds Scorchy's AK on the other side of it. Brave arrives on scene, but his HP already low. Position known as well, and as Scorchy runs out of ammunition, Ogura puts that SMG back into use. But the elbow's spotted, and Scorchy will get confirmation after Zarka goes down. But either way, MCS find a very important round. It's their first round after Bad News Capybaras have started to bring this back, started to win on their CT side.
That's a perfect execution that they needed right there. They get enough space, but they have that explosive, poppy in your face execution that Bad News Capybaras as the round gets late. Unable to deal with there this time around. Oh my god, just a straight connection to the head of Laffy T's, spamming down while flashed, and at least a trade on back. But that's great punishment for the early resources that Bad News Capybaras had put there.
This is just MCS, I think, really taking advantage and, you know, understanding some of the weaknesses that they were experiencing themselves. And after this timeout, they've really targeted them very effectively. Response from that banana control of losing it, they're taking bracket, something that we hadn't seen them do, but great work from J-Chance and Seabass, who just come in swinging together. Don't even really need the utility. Fortunately, Sark has been able to allow MCS an avenue back. Caves all the way down banana, but this is a difficult crossfire. Oh, they got a molly too.
Oh, they throw it right on the money. Grave burns to a crisp, and the chase down comes through eventually. Seabass will fall, holding on for dear life. Plenty of time this time around here to punch in the digits. Numbers locked in. Gabe wrapping up on a flank here. Can he wrap this round up is the question. Has a chance to get the jump on them, but now being covered in this kind of off angle here. Not enough health to tank through the shots. So, Scorchy gonna close this round out, and MCS moving themselves on to not only map point, but a perfect prime opportunity now to shut this thing down entirely.
Just a lot of good small adjustments off that timeout is what this round comes down to in my book. You know, two things in particular. We saw it in the last where MCS not as willing to give Capybaras space at banana. They're forcing it, and phenomenal for Ogura to get that 1-for-1. But also in response to losing that, they're taking bracket control, they're creeping up, and they're working as a unit. And you put them into a 2-on-3, you win out. All of these little things.
Catching that aggression this time around. A quick dismissal, an opening pick to set the tone early. Now they're still eager to get aggressive. And Gabe, he's a turret, stationary. He's no way out. You have to fight your way out there, and good on him to get two. But is it going to help them through this round entirely? Laffy teases quick in transition. Already in coffins. This could be a surprise, and he does knock out a quick headshot. Scorchy available for a trade, and crucially finds it for success on this bomb site. J-Chance. It's an opportunity. That scout needs to do a whole lot of heavy lifting to cross in towards these post plants and make it all the more effective. That timer that's ticking is even worsened by the fact that he does not have a kit. Now he's heard, location completely revealed, so expectation known here. J-Chance eating the HE and trying to make the flying scout work. But instead, MCS shut it down and close out Inferno in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think a surprise on a couple of points, right? First and foremost, Bad News Capybaras, they pick into Inferno, right? And I think that they had some good protocols on the CT side. We saw a lot of good stuff, but man, did they get shut down early into their T half. That really hurt them. But out of that, I think that, you know, I want to go back to mentioning that, you know, MCS winning both pistols gives them a lot of leeway. And when you have that leeway, even when things start to go wrong and you're able to call a pause where you correctly identify the problems that have been occurring and then find the solutions as well in just a couple of seconds, you know, just a one time out, like that's just such an impressive show from MCS.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, right? You capitalize on both pistols, sure, but you also react to that defense and how they're liking to play it. I saw a lot of passive, you know, but holding on to your utility setups there coming through. So the way that Bad News Capybaras, after falling victim to that timer the first go around in one of those team rounds, come back into the next with a very punchy, quick execution. 50 seconds left on the clock, sure, but you're talking about executing into a bomb site through a smoke there without flashes, just running through as a unit there. And you can get that when you have those half buys, but knowing that your opponent is going to maybe be molly in hand as opposed to gun in hand while you're pushing a smoke is just so prime for a T side on Inferno. And that's kind of the sort of reactions that you want to have as a T side and as a leader that's getting this team across the line. You got to give him a lot of credit with a great game plan and reaction there throughout that half.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And as much as this is bad news capybaras, I think that we both kind of come into this kind of having relatively high expectations for them. This sets them in a pretty difficult position where MCS picked out Anubis. I mentioned that I think bad news capybaras have some a lot of positives on this, and they get to start T side. But this is MCS's like dream setup. They get go into their map pick, a map up in a best of 3 that I think that they're the underdogs in. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, you're in prime position to look to try and carry this forward. Not only, a map up, but, a map away from going 2-0 in this Swiss stage and looking to strike a potential playoff run. So an exciting position here for an exciting team here. We'll see if MCS can continue winning ways here. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, Anubis.
it's time to get things back rolling here. A second map in Anubis is where we're headed, and a huge win out of MCS to start this out. Cole, I think that the question on my mind going into map 2 is like, are you significantly worried that Bad News Capybaras have already kind of lost the important map here, or are they still in this?
I think they're still in it. I mean, obviously, like you said, there's a couple advantages you can look forward to here for the side of Bad News Capybaras to bounce back, and one of them is that they get to start off on that T side of Anubis. They get to have some of that success that you're hoping to be able to start off a little earlier as well. I mean, if you remember how Inferno went, it took them a big recovery of a half as opposed to starting off early and setting a valuable opening position. They had to bring it back into fruition. Now in Anubis here, they get the potential saying, hey, we're on the T side of Anubis. We get to dictate the pace. We get to take control over the server. And that's kind of what they need to do if they want to bounce back in this series. I would say if they can get away with that, then yeah, they're going to be okay in this series overall.
Pretty funny dichotomy. The struggles that they had not picking up either pistol, but yet their pistols as a whole, on those force or half-buy rounds, those Eagles especially, were so incredible for Bad News Capybaras. Just got to transition a little bit of that energy back into, the more important rounds. That's kind of where I'm at. FT towards mid for MCS, but a lot of A-love. These A pistols have been something we've seen a lot here in the last week or so of CCT North America. And Bad News Capybaras not going to change it up. Not in the slightest. They'll get the bomb down without any contact.
It's an easy. That's a huge start here to open up things. Now we'll see if they can close it out as the headshots roll off as quick as they get onto the bomb site. They get removed here as Laffy Tees does hold the line in the back of the pillar. Massive kill from Laffy Tees. Still staying alive, but just too many targets and too many guns to challenge. That defuse looks like there's a little bit of, plenty of time with the kid actually. I was looking for that, but ample time. There's MCS. Keep the pistol round success flawless so far.
Yeah, I think this is a, an easy quote-unquote mistake to make, when you've got 5 players alive on this A-bomb site. You've really got to take more space, I think, more than anything. Now, it hurts a lot that Bad News Capybaras kind of lose their first attempt at taking that space, and that really puts them on the back foot. But they had so much time to set up and kind of allowed MCS to do what they wanted to in getting prepared and then moving on that retake more than I think they could afford to. Easy error to make. You don't want to be the first one to make the misplay. But a bomb plant. This will set them up for some success, or thought so. Laffy T's had perfect location, free aim and everything, but Scorchy still coming away on top. He top fragged in that last matchup. 20 kills, and as the AWP player, didn't even necessarily have to have that all that often.
But was able to bring in a lot of impact here. Flash dodge, though, a nice clothesline. Instant dismissal with that Tech 9. Anything extra from Gabe. Not going to be able to get too many more opportunities out of that fight there. Instead, lets his rest of his teammate do some work. And that they certainly will. Seabass will crack things open. And with a win like that, needs a pistol.
It felt like to me, MCS, they already had such an advantage in that round, and they go searching. Could have been the deal sealer, taking that fight towards E-Box, but it ultimately gives Bad News Capybaras a lot of space to work with. Trying to reclaim space. Claim that area. MCS, ask if Goodbye can try and save. And for the time being, it looks like he should be able to get away with that. So there's small takeaways in that department, in that gun, but yeah, feels like MCS gonna get slightly ahead of themselves in this round.
Terrorists win.
Again, it's interesting to see where the struggles lie in the pistol, but are just instantly brought back here by their effectiveness on these forced by, half by situations with lesser weaponry. That sort of redeeming quality is going to get them back into this T side here. Again, As I mentioned, kind of want to start off this with some effectiveness as soon as possible. Get that T-side rolling, get those calls flowing. Start to react to that, what the defense likes to do. And winning a round like that can get you right back on track here.
Bafu's got a flash. He's gonna let the M4 kind of take contact first and foremost, but he'll pick it up, body together. Zorka trying to adjust, and oh my goodness, it's E who actually finds that kill now as they start to close in. Bomb will go down, smoke in their face, but Scorchy's got a bunch of utility that they could really utilize effectively here. Full kit.
Time here to try and pull this retake off, but see what sort of resistance this T-side can offer. Already denying any sort of safety as the rest of the team moves very late into the mix and into the meat grinder. Bad news, capybaras completely lay waste to the remaining resistance. Find themselves getting past the force by wars here.
Yeah, I'm left kind of wondering about MCS and where their heads are at in that retake too. Once again, you know, moment of decision making where they had the utility to force their way in a Molotov for close basket if they wanted to, or they could have held that. They had the flashbangs and the bodies, but they wait so long that Bad News Capybaras can just take all of the rest of the map control, so they know everybody's there by the time the decision's made and the bomb's halfway ticked. That MCS actually move forward. They've just got 3 different points, 3 different angles that the CTs are dealing with. You know, a triangle to break that, you know, it's a strong shape. We'll just say that.
They say, a lot of people are saying it's got to be one of the strongest shapes out there. They're saying it's the greatest shape of all time.
You know, listen, I don't really know. I'm not a shape matician, but it does seem to track. You know,
I think that's what they call the study of shapes.
I think it's got to be.
Shaperoni and cheese.
I mean,
never really.
You know, we build bridges with triangles. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Where'd you learn that one from? Is that a trusted, reliable source there?
Yeah. From
and not just Bridge Builder Simulator.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both. It'd have to call me out like that, but you know what I do on my free time, so it's my business.
Shout out to you for building bridges on your free time.
You know, some people call that
bridges.
work. I just call that fun. all the like engineers who build bridges for a living.
Seething.
Yes,
you do this for free?
Maybe I should be more understanding of their plight. I should probably look internally on that one. That's on me.
They're out here trying to put in some overtime, and all this the big bridge needs to do is look at your gameplay. For all of their hard-hitting details here, but a hard hit towards the B side, and nicely done in the initial hold there. Quick double up from back of dark, and now opportunity to find even more as Grave looks to step forward around that smoke. Only limited to a single kill. Still puts it up in the air, though. At the end of the day here, a chance to work within the confines of this 1v2. Op scoped in here. J-Chance doesn't give him a peek. Not just yet, at least. Clear out some more positions. I mean, the potential for him to go to A is definitely there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's got those chances, and the threat of that, even more maybe than the reality of it. Still being that hot of MCS. Never mind. What a adjustment. J-Chance had a chance at that, but real quick flick and headshot to boot from Scorchy's AWP. Incredible holds though. I think MCS, lot of positives to take away from Inferno, but as we move into Anubis, I think some of the biggest pluses have been their CT holds, like the effectiveness of an individual on a CT hold has been pretty incredible. That's been true, I think, across the board.
And I mean, for me, it's one of those bigger challenges here that a lot of teams face on this map is how cohesive that defense can kind of glue together on this B side of the map. You could have some of the best crossfires, and I've just watched them completely disrupted by T side that's just got a couple good entries, and being able to at least bring that energy here into this matchup is fantastic. There's Scorchy again with that op, opens it up, but undershoots the second shot. Still, though, holding the line there. Nefafu lined up a quick one and denies access here. Traded out eventually, though, at least into this bomb site. And still fighting forward is Seabass. Eventually put down, though, with the rest, and we're back into a familiar scene here. Another 2v1 this time, though, with more of a chance to actually make it into this bomb site here. And into the B site, successful, at least for a bomb plant. We'll see what else can happen here in this clutch attempt.
And MCS, they're about as late to the party here as you could be. It's the bomb down before they start to make their motion. Split up as well, but no. Good decision. Goodbye going to join Exarca into this one. Just such a confident swing. I mean, that's something that Exarca's been doing a lot. Is just taking these fights with such precision, but also confidence, man. Really betting on himself, a wider swing, knowing that he's got Goodbye sort of in tow, in backup, relatively close should he fail. But considering the fact that Goodbye has an MP9 there, if that's somebody hanging out like at Pillar or something, a longer range duel, that's just a hard trade for Goodbye. Makes me a little bit scared, but in CS, they pull it off every time.
Bring in those right answers here on a consistent fashion. A lot more efficiency on the retake and the confidence being shown. Going to continue to encapsulate on this defense if they keep it up. Continue to work throughout the CT side. This time we see a bit of a slower approach here, not as direct. Out of the Bad News Capybaras looking to slow this thing down just a tad.
A lot of presence being shown, utility-wise here towards A. Only for the contact towards B, and it's another double up here. Just this B bomb site is so difficult when you've got this duo you contend with, but J-Chance, that'll help. Pistol comes out, but Ogura, once again, the SMG seems to be a home round for him, as he can grab the op, recover the hefty weaponry. Here's another double from Exarca, just ridiculously strong.
Exarca just locking down this B side in a couple of different situations. I mean, holding it down from the back of Emo, that back site defense. So having a player that can find you multi-kill rounds on this B side also going to help you out big time on the defense. Scorchy setting it up with the AWP. Goes for a chance wallbang. Not going to connect, but a funny idea. As, ooh, Agora. Slide through that smoke, you're a dead man walking. And one tap to the dome. P250 sings. Bit of an overextension cost. CT side. See if that becomes a slippery slope now with an MP9 picked up. Ooh.
Fortunate, especially when you just got one of those.
Right in the door jam.
Unblinded, but perturbed where Bad News Capybaras, they still send it through. HE eaten up, but it doesn't matter, man. The damage is serious, and Goodbye
Oh, man.
doesn't even look the right direction, not aware of Grave. He's up in heaven. MCS lose this round, and it is that one misstep that kind of starts the ball rolling in the wrong direction for MCS.
I mean, that's just a play you really can't afford to do, I feel like. I mean, at that point, you know that there's presence towards middle that you long removed from your closest rotate or support structures, far outside of camera, playing out towards like heaven. So what's the best case scenario there? You push that smoke and you die.
Terrorists win.
You know, getting one, but overwhelmed. Scorch, you're gonna get one on transition. That's quite nice, but yeah, it just feels like that's a surprising mistake there. Seeing, you know, any level of play there from that department, it feels like such an obvious error that you're making, running past that smoke and opening yourself up to vulnerabilities.
And I think
And as someone that's a fan of ecos, you know, I love myself, and you gotta rein in your love for ecos there a little bit.
I was just about to say, I think I figured it out. You know, it was the eco hunt. That's what that was.
Yeah, oh yeah, no question about that. You heard the pistol singing through middle, saw that it was a 4v5 and said, hey,
Had an MP9 too.
I'm about to get mine. Fortunately, that was not the case for him. He got.
This
And a nice opening there. They have to hold on to the same main side. Knowing that Lafitisse is throwing that flashbangs for him. Scorchy with the op, almost a collateral, but instead really good spacing. But it's still a 4v2 now, without the same main control.
Stefafu struggled to get the multi that was required out of him last round after that mistake. Here, he delivers it. 2 kills for him. Now he's got Exarca coming back in. And 2 players up through camera. It's going to be the low HP player first and foremost. And J-Chance traded off the contact from Agura. That's just some good spacing, good work. And now Grave alone. He'll lock in that first one, but, I mean, this is just MCS. You know, from a couple of times that we've talked about some of those mistakes and puzzling ones actually in this map, these are rounds where you actually really got to pat them on the back. Their fundamentals really incredible here.
Just a perfect, I mean, right there, Agora makes a very smart move to just essentially throw his life away pushing that smoke, because you have that double up on the flank. If there's a player back pillar watching your location, sure you die, but you know your teammates are going to eliminate that position from play. Having another player late push through camera as well after you're finally taking that contact, just a delayed presence is just very good. You know, playing your advantages, playing the 4v2. That's maybe something we didn't see just 2 rounds prior, but at least being able to redeem it so incredibly quickly in the next breath. Refreshing look back to this pretty fast mid-motion, diving in quicker to the op shot. Another op shot rattles off there, but 1-2 punch coming through there. A huge surprise. The multiple presence outside of E-Box overwhelmed them. Off limits towards this B side again as Goodbye still stands as a turret of resistance. They've got themselves a nice advantage here. More damage done. Exarca continuing to fire up there. Scorchy's op not missing a beat. And MCS are just overwhelming this T side.
And name a round they've hit B and Exarca doesn't have at least 2. I'll wait. Yeah, me neither. Can't think of one.
Yeah, I mean, am I supposed to? Maybe we have to look through the demos here. I can try and hunt for you.
Yeah, I mean, like, this guy's just unstoppable. That's another different setup too towards the B site that is a little different look. Scorchy's been active in E-Box before, and I know J-Chance has probably got to be fuming at the fact that he hasn't been able to, like, even try and punish Scorchy for that, because he just hasn't had the op. The one round that he did have an op, he wasn't there. Scorchy wasn't in location. So, like, as a position that I've seen J-Chance do a lot of good work. I really rate him as an opera on this map. I think he does a good job. Like, even that's just got to be annoying.
I feel like it was not necessarily like a very hot take, but I'd like to ask, you know, every opper what their opinions are for Anubis and if they like it or not, because even though it's not like a super CT-sided map, you can watch an opper really take control of the CT side if he's in the right position consistently. If he's calling and feeling the game very well, an opper can just take over a defense completely, so. Scorchy's seemingly in the right position. Oh my god. Hey, there's a round.
Found one.
We found one finally. Limited to 0.
Well, I mean, we gotta see the B hit for that to become a reality.
That's true. It's just, he's already gone now, so.
Yeah, just the B hits
If
required.
it is the B hit that comes through, then that would be the round. But if it's towards A, He might
Stats
just keep
save.
his flawless streak alive here. Mid re-aggro. Wow, just splitting that goalpost perfectly. And this is a non-starter around here as MCS getting hit by some big shots and missing some of theirs.
I mean, are we really surprised? This is Bad News Capybara's like bread and butter sometimes, it seems, this series. Struggle on the gun rounds, you know, up and down in the form. And here we are on a deagle round. It's nothing but wins. And nothing but wins in a, you know, a round where MCS, I think you could make an argument that Oxarka is, you know, a little bit too far ahead, right? Like, isn't quite as supported as maybe you would have ideally wanted him to be, but he had a flash. Like, there was some intention behind that play, and then the reclear in mid, I also think is a good maneuver. Like, MCS not making bad moves in this round. They just lose all the fights.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, actually, somehow that flashbang just didn't even connect there. Maybe he's a little too high in that sense, but yeah, I'm with you. It feels like, again, you're taking a lot of initiative. It's something that you have to do on the CT side no matter what the case is. Otherwise, you're going to have to struggle through managing a lot of those holds, which I will say, you know, it's one of those situations where you can trust in your setups. Maybe if it's not broke, don't fix it, but that's all in a game of conditioning and finding yourself up against a team that's good at reacting to the way your defense is being put up, so one round of aggression goes awry, they still get to try and close off this half, you know, at the best of scenarios on a tied CT side. So you'll take that any day of the week. And a great opening op shot there again from Scorch. He's in the right position, but the rifle behind him does fall. So still a pretty valuable one-for-one trade early on.
Got to deal with this mid approach, and, well, that's one way to do it. Seabass just a little ahead the rest of his team. Bad News Capybaras didn't even seem like they were actually pressuring towards A anymore. They had just walked away from that smoke. Obviously, MCS not privy to that information, but still, Seabass disjointed.
It looked like he wanted to make it through Temple now with everyone else moving E-Box, right? He was hoping that maybe he could slip past the line while the op was still focused on A main, but with that not being the case, and a smoke revealing, a bit of a problem could arise here. Akazarka finally limited to 0 kills on a B site hit, but luckily goodbye. Knows how to hold down the line when his teammate falls and just steps up and picks up the slack for MCS to close out 7 rounds on this defense.
I mean, you'll take that when Oxarka's kind of, you know, not intentionally, but ends up sacrificing his life for a perfect lineup for goodbye to get 3. You know, that's almost as good as getting the hold yourself. If you're playing the team game of Counter-Strike, which is what we're doing. So, that's just really impressive CT side play, and I think this just really follows from what I think we saw from MCS, which is a lot of good CT side play on Inferno too. Those adjustments that Bad News Capybaras were able to make on the T side of Inferno late kind of bailed them out. This one, MCS dominate as they head over to the more dominant side. 3 strong here in mid. Bad News Capybaras, and I mean, that's impressive. Picking up a couple of kills off the back of that, but huge from Sifafu to win that fight and get away with his life.
How do they win the trade game here now? Q's up some re-aggro. On towards... I don't think he spotted out bomb. It still seems like he's missing a little bit of the information. Both these players have gotten kills, though, so... Finally going to pick up the pace here once the bomb's planted towards A. He's got a bit of a track to run. And the double up side of A main. We'll see how this works out. They're looking to join forces.
But he doesn't have the armor. So, difficult as this is going to be for Gabe, maybe a little bit of a possibility. There's the low HP. Agura just sprints away. Gabe essentially just has to stick here. There's no other option. And this quick decision-making, I mean, it would have given him a chance, but Agura will eventually swing out. No reason that he won't beat. If Gabe had happened to have a kit, that's the win con there for him after getting that first, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can kind of count it up in your head there for a little while and say, all right, I just need to peak eventually once that 10-second timer starts to hit, and that's how you close that round out without any complications. So that's 4 for 4 on a pistol, and even Bad News Capybaras having the right read in this early fight. She stacked over towards the middle in a firing squad. Last pistol didn't matter too much when MCS, or rather Bad News Capybaras bounced back pretty quick. With the force buy victory, can they do that twice? I mean, they've had so many force buy victories. So many half-buy situations that they've gotten past successfully.
I think we're at like 4 at this point. And a lot of close ones, too.
Yeah, 2 in that last half alone. Like,
big space they've just picked up here at B.
ooh, great timing on the swing. Good trade positioning. But yeah, they're going to get collapsed in on. And that's a bit overwhelming for anybody right there. So at least favorably trading this thing out. And again, you can see the very cautious approach that this team is taking up against the anti-force buys to get that entry on in, identifying where the last 2 players are. We're shooting pea shooters from that range here with the MP9 versus the MAC-10, but fortunately it's Snafafu who has a Galil doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. Scorchy long range doing the damage, but that SMG picks up the kill and the force buy punished. So again, MCS putting themselves in a position of strength here to try and close this out with quickness.
Yeah, I mean, talking about like good positions, right? 4 pistols in 2 maps currently. That'll really do it, man. Regardless of how the rest of this map goes, Bad News Capybaras can bring it back. That's a huge victory that I think MCS would be really frustrated not to be able to take full advantage of. Molotov's gonna accelerate this maneuver. Good flashbang. 5-7 is solid as it is. Won't be able to do much more than just the 1v1. That's on a timing. Trying to get through mid. He's being looked at. I don't know how he gets away with so much health.
Ooh, he's still tanking it, but Snafafu eventually lines up the headshot there. His fortunes maybe finally coming into an end. Brave opening up the possibility. This low HP, a lot of low HP, and with a headshot like that, all of a sudden this is a round. That could be 1. What is happening? What a quick turnaround. You know where the last is as well. HE could do it, if not for the rifle. And they just won. They just took the round away. Bad News Capybaras, without even the force buy, steal it right from the grasp of MCS, and that success continues now into the second half. What is happening?
I mean, they didn't win the actual force buy. Oh, but they come away with. I mean, this is just a nice setup to begin with. The trades are perfect. MCS are doing their job. It's just right here at the end that Bad News Capybaras catch a little bit of a good luck, honestly. I don't think MCS are particularly prepared for them to full send back in there. Too isolated. Play off of one another, and as you mentioned, the low HP bars start to become problematic. They are really transitioning this into some aggression really fast as Snafafu gets them both. That is devastating.
Big time overlooked right there. Maybe it was a hope that you could trade. How? What is happening? They're in deep in the backline. CPAS gets a grasp on this round somehow. And just when you think it's over, they pull you back in with some interest here. As Goodbye will cut off the flank opportunity, and the bomb will be planted because of it. By no means is it capped off just yet, though. Far from it here. That might help, though. Seabass, the one who's been able to find 2 kills so far, will be put the rest by the clock. This is getting out of hand right now. Rounds being just sent in as soon as possible. How are they taking space in CT spawn? I don't, like, while that's taking place, you have a player that's entered in to where they buy guns, CT spawn here. And Seabass punishes somehow.
I think that's just an understanding of how deep Bad News Capybaras are going on that, like, full take to Canal. That's why MCS have that space to work with, but yeah, absurd. So many ridiculous positions.
Ooh.
A chance might be like the third op he's had this whole game. And it ends like that. That one's gonna hurt. Op recovered right into death for Seabass.
It was a trap. The op was a trap this whole time. You pick it up and you drop it just as fast. That's a very quick kill though from Laffy T. A little dink into the body shot action from the A4. I did feel like it was up in smoke there, but could be recovered. Bye. Oh, he handles it there. Tough fight. Thought he was going to get the jump on him, but goodbye still quick on the trigger. Straight into that B side there with a MAC-10. That molly going to secure access. It is a CT molly, and it was a little shallow, so maybe in room to peek, but Graves still a tough fight ahead of him. Back of the pillar there, trying to fight from multiple different directions. Goodbye. Does send his life in a little premature. And again, the round's not guaranteed just yet. That'll help. The flank comes through eventually, but it's not over. With utility out, they maybe forget there for a second. Laffy T's close by. It's still able to get the rifle in time as MCS survive that force buy. And now here comes the big question. Can they continue to survive these half buys?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's other questions for Bad News Capybaras on the other side, right? Like, yeah, they're going to be half buying because they have the loss bonus starting to accrue, but I mean, they're running out of rounds. Yeah, we're getting to the point where CS are about to be on 12 if they do survive. Already crossed over. Nice shot at a Grape. Give him another. Gabe right next to him. Good utility. Great Molotov. Gabe's still unknown, but there's a lot of damage from nades and Molotovs. Honestly, crazy for Grave to be swinging that with 7 HP.
They want to continue to swing as well. They really wanted to peek into Gabe, but Grave, the re-swing, eventually digs his, and smokes that envelop here, the bait and switch. You can't keep getting away with it. Surely, eventually you'd be punished, right?
Right?
Right? Oh no, just yet there. The flash has to be avoided, though, and hopeful smoke spam only works in return instead. The 5.7's 3 box could change the tides quickly. J-Chance drops the bomb. Has to be recovered. Another headshot.
Well,
Make it a third quick kill as they do it again in a 4v2 fashion. They just overrun this T side so easily.
MCS are such confusion to me sometimes, man. Like, we go from such a careful approach, like so much great utility, so much patience, waiting for them to make the mistakes and swing in there,
man.
even with the clear, and then we're just zooming in, trying to get this kill into J-Chance, knowing he's low, I know, but what's stopping us from just taking space back towards site proper? It's like such a weird hot and cold move.
Right back into hot here. They're hot on the B bomb site this time, and they don't have to worry about 5.7s anymore here, it seems.
I mean, those are the biggest threats.
Is it just that? Is it the 5.7s break their brains here is what I can only imagine at this point, because they look so good on these gun rounds where they speed it up, an op and a chance here to retake. J-Chance gonna step forward wide in the open, gets away with it, and gets a big pick without being traded. Another one from J-Chance here, keeping this round alive. Snafafu with a pistol in hand there, but J-Chance looks flawless in that retake. He is flawless in the retake.
I mean, 3 last round, 4 this round. He's showing some of that comfort that I know he has in the pocket for this map in particular. MCS.
Whew.
He's kind of letting him do what he wants here. Hope that you can kind of swing and trade off that first frag, but for whatever reason, you know, deep into main, just not able to get that swing going fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of the breakdowns and errors in some of the communication here that can cost you quite a bit. Wouldn't be too concerned just yet. They still have so much room on the T side to try and close this out. Not too much, though. The B-box control taken already is going to be a big asset. Molly's a little too deep right there, so not going to do them too much comfort at the moment. Another Molly. There's 3 Mollies expended here. 1:20 on the clock. There's so much time still to have to crack on through this, but at least on that 3rd Molly, they do take the space back. So eventually, they get what they were looking for, and all of that investment is well worth it.
I mean, tossing 1,800 or 1,500 in there. But you win the round, or at least should, based off of the back of it.
Oh, yeah, should is a big word there as they find a quick headshot and try to transfer that spray, but with the sidearm out, there's no escape available. Laffy Tees has a chance to play within the back of the cake, but no, Scorchy finds him with the op shot. Now, there is still a bit of a mission to bring the bomb rotated over. It's going to take a little while, but maybe you can bring that wherever site you really please now. All sites claimed, and Grave stuck in the middle of it. A bit of chaos of his own. He hears the rotate away from this A side. The bomb got to transition in towards B, and there's his answer. Can he stop this progress in time? This is the question, and well, finally waiting for his teammates to get involved before the number's going to be punched in. But yeah, as soon as he turns that corner, as soon as he rounds it, goodbye. We'll say goodbye to any effort you have left. As MCS survive the again, they survive the gun rounds so that they can play up against these really scary half-buys.
I mean, they survived the 3-on-5 too. Like,
yeah, what is happening in this game? I can't even like hate on. It's not that Bad News Capybara. They played a great reaggression in towards. You know, maybe their mid hold was a little bit rough, right? I can give them some flack there, but they play a great reaggression in towards E-Box on a gun round. I just think that's the round over. But they so comfortably bounce back.
Yeah. Generational take of mid from Agura. And it's just continuing. They're just gonna run him down, separated. Coming through that smoke is maybe Greaves' chance back in, but he too gets traded. And, you know, at this point, a numbers game, right? MCS body up together, and they play 1-for-1. As long as they got that opening pick, which they did, those are numbers that work out in their favor at the end. And it is the end of this series, this map as well. MCS 2-0 over Bad News Capybaras to move up into a 2-0 stance here in the Swiss.
Yeah, and you want to highlight a couple different factors here. Sure, they went 4-0 on pistols. They didn't make their lives easier by losing, like, just about maybe 6 or 7 half-buy or eco, like full eco without armor, pistol, like light pistol investments. So you're just talking about a very, very interesting best of 3 there, being able to pull back a majority of these gun rounds, being able to win all of the pistols throughout the series, and then just showing confidence over the grand scheme of things. It was maybe a little bit messy, but the fact that you can get that job done, and all you have to do is clean up a few panicky errors in late rounds, clean up a couple 4v2 anti-ecos where, you know, MCS know what went wrong in the very next, like, breath. As soon as they lost a round, they know what they did wrong. It's very easy to fix those errors. I tell you what, this is a team that looked so good versus a roster that I was giving a lot of credit heading into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think the setup is clear, right? This is a roster of last season ECL, they'll be in ECL this season, caliber team in Bad News Capybaras against MCS, who as much credit as I think they deserve for the way that they've continually improved and making deep runs into advanced 5th, 6th last season. That's massive, but there is usually some sort of clear indicator difference there, and I think that MCS made sure to take advantage of those pistols for sure. And then also I just really want to go back to a lot of really impressive and good setups on the CT side. Like I think that those are the stuff, that's the stuff that I was most impressed by, because you're able to that's something that I can see being super effective for these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless, right? Those pistol wins, those are those are great, keep that up, but you're not always going to get that. If they can continue with the CT side the way that they were able to put that together, that looked really incredible.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Pistol show that you got the mechanics to put up these really good fights and overcome the odds, but then you see these like great gun rounds on the CT side of Anubis where they're coordinating very well. It was Goodbye and I believe Zarka, who was just kind of working off of each other just perfectly. So that's a fun duo to watch there, and I think a team that definitely is going to be eager to make playoffs. That was a very confident 2-0 that they just put out right there. And now as they enter into tougher territory, once they're in that 2-0 spot, that qualification still up in the air yet for them. But I tell you what, they great job setting the tone here for this team.
Yeah, and on debut here for CCT North America too. This is the first time anybody from this MCS team and this organization in MCS has had the opportunity to play in a CCT North America event, and poised to have as many chances as possible to make playoffs. That's the way I see it. Now sitting 2-0. But with that one set in stone, we got at least one more game here tonight. It's Chicken Coop and Alter Iron Club going up against one another. That one is an exciting matchup. That's a rematch actually from deep into advanced playoffs last season. That was the lower bracket final, if I'm recalling correctly. So chance at revenge back and forth on that one that we'll get to kind of talk about. But it is going to be a bit of a wait before we get into that. About an hour ish before we get into the pre-show for that one. So probably step away, grab some food. I think that's what I'm looking to do.
Oh yeah.
A little break here before we get this action back in our way. So we're gonna take a break, and we'll see you in about an hour's time. Little already bagged at least one upset tonight, where we had MCS taking a victory over Bad News Capybaras, and that leads us into our second best of 3 of today, where Cole, we got another spicy matchup. To be honest with you, we got a little rematch from last season of ESCA Advanced, deep into the playoffs. There's a lot of story behind these two squads, Chicken Coop and Alter Iron. This is going to be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a good time there between these two teams here that have been rising to the occasion here. Been very impressed already with Alter Iron and what they've been able to do. Obviously, their massive run. You know, kind of looking at the details from this roster that was building into kind of a tough situation in advance last year to making it to the second place of the grand finals, and now obviously finding themselves in an ECL position. With Chicken Coop as well, who are looking to build up a pretty exciting roster of their own, and you know, obviously big opportunities for these players. I know Little Beer was like very excited to figure out that this team and this opportunity was given to this roster to make ECL, and I think they have a lot to prove in that department as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Little Beer, I think is a great example of a guy who, you know, has made like a, you know, incredible step up in that last season, like as a whole. You know, these two teams, the fact that this was second and third place in advanced is insanity, because I don't think if you win in, and this is meant to be no disrespect to like anybody in the server tonight, but like I don't think you would have gone into last season of advanced thinking that either of these guys were a front runner for one of those top 5 spots. Certainly like an outside chance, certainly you know, possible, but definitely not a favorite. I think is the way I would put that, and they all rose to the occasion, which is an incredible story. Like, you know, in both cases, sort of a bit of a like Cinderella run. And I guess let's start with Chicken Coop, kind of where they've been at, because this is the Goons roster last season. They got picked up by Chicken Coop, you know, right at the end of the year. And obviously getting that opportunity to jump into ECL is huge for a lot of players that I think outside of Supa, like Taggy's been, you know, subbing in, you know, Taggy kind of super sub low key here in North America. But like outside of Supa, this is kind of the real first opportunity at this level for this roster.
Yeah, looking to again kind of prove themselves here in that department. Like you said, Taggy I've seen play with like a lot of good teams, their ECL caliber rosters in the past, like substituting in kind of temporary stand-in situations. But you know, now for this Wanted Goons roster, or ex-Wanted Goons roster, now Chicken Coop, it's an opportunity to kind of set focus on maybe like a little bit of revenge from what happened last season, and try and get back into a competition that you know you have to kind of come into it with the mindset that you can beat rosters like this, and I think getting your head in that space and being able to set that tone in CCT here, obviously to go 2-0, but on top of that, say, hey, you know, out of some of the advanced move-ups that have made it into this level, that we're going to be one of the deadlier mixes here and deadlier squads, and that's obviously a tough thing to prove right now, but this is like, I think for so many of these rosters that are moving up, this would be the season to prove it right now, with the competition at the top level still being pretty fierce, but a little bit of those like top heavy teams kind of leaving the scene there. It could be really interesting to see what these sort of rosters kind of shape up to look like.
I mean, it gives a real incredible opportunity, you know, for those like mid table pretty much, and I think that's where Chicken Coop are kind of looking to be more realistically. But let's talk about their opponents, because you know I use the terminology with that third place for Chicken Coop, sort of more, you know, a Cinderella run. I mean, it is the epitome of that descriptor for Alter Iron.
Oh yeah.
You know, they in season 51 they got knocked down to the lower bracket in the upper quarters. So the upper round of 8, they won 7 best of 3s in a row to get into the lower bracket finals, and then obviously, you know, took the win there in order to get the chance up against Make Your Mind, who, you know, that's a stack that's been in, you know, multiple advanced grand finals over the last like 5 seasons. They've kind of been there the whole time, pieces and parts of that team. So, a difficult loss for them there. But then they headed to relegation where, dude, as much as Chicken Coop got an opportunity because of some people taking a step back, bro, Ultra Iron, they were rocked up to relegation and they killed it. They got second in that relegation tournament. That was very legit, and that's not to take away from what Chicken Coop are able to take advantage of, but like that is, I think, more impressive the way they were able to stand tall throughout a lower bracket that didn't look like it was going to be treating them all that well. They had a ton of really difficult teams up ahead of them. I think they beat Might. I think they beat Vibe. There's just a lot of good teams in that run. So as a squad, like this is a team in Ultra Iron that I think has kind of popped out and shown up people in a way that nobody really expected.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, I was kind of surprised to see it there. I was talking afterwards, after their first game when they were playing up against Mythic in CCT earlier, saying, hey, like, pretty cool that you're now an ACL roster. You guys are looking great. And he said, yeah, we came down from, 3-7 in advance to make playoffs into the second place. So I think Cinderella run is definitely the perfect way to put it there, because they had a lot of work to do in overcoming such a tough fight. And we're able to build this roster during the season, bringing in flow and really impress. And for their first victory, they showed that same level of fight and grit there versus Mythic, a very tough team to fight up against out of the gates. You're already having that tough challenge, but then you find yourself in a chance to 2-0. You have to come back from a 2-10 T-side deficit there, where you manage to take it into OT and win it, versus a team like Mythic, who has that experience. Obviously that should be a huge value. And that was an interesting roster. They were playing with Katie for that matchup, so I don't actually know if they're going to be playing with Katie today, but either way, if that was even just a standard situation, you're still dealing with that much more to overcome, and they were able to answer those calls.
Yeah, I do wonder about that myself. I rate Katie pretty highly. She's kind of been kicking around like at that top advanced level for the last 3 or 4 seasons I've gotten the opportunity to watch her. So I think she's definitely, good for that if that's the case. But I also, my understanding is she was in for Talon, or Talon was not playing. So for me, that's a guy that's pretty, critical part of this, this team. Just from like the identity perspective, the way I see it. So, if that's a long-term change, I'll be interested to see kind of how that rolls. But we're going to jump into the veto here, talk a little bit about it. I want to, continue the talk back about like what was happening last time when these guys played in that lower bracket. And that's, it was Ancient Inferno is what we got to see. Inferno banned already here by Chicken Coop. And so that opens up a whole different set of possibilities, with Anubis being our first pick out of Ultra Iron, and that leads into a nuke pick, which was the decider that we didn't get to see back in last season.
Yeah, we'll see how that kind of shapes up there. Anubis looked really impressive for the side of Ultra Iron. I was, pleasantly surprised by their ability to just, again, kind of deal with some of the situations that they were left into and be able to pull back like deficits, play very confidently, as watching them just on that CT side constantly pressure the map there and overwhelm Mythic. So that's obviously pretty exciting. Interested to see how Nuke's going to play out there, because like you said, they need to bring that identity, and as far as I know, it's going to test the oppers, that rotation, quick reactions, and I want to see how well it kind of flows up to the task in that department here for Ultra Iron. But obviously I think that's a good opportunity for the side of Chicken Coop to kind of bounce back here and answer the call. But I'm definitely hoping to see what Ancient brings to us here in that third map, if it does come down to it.
Yeah, I think for me, Chicken Coop really leaning on the fact that they think Nuke would have gone well for them. After looking towards Inferno last time, that not working out, and then not getting the opportunity to see Nuke. That's where kind of my eyes are locked on. That's not to say Anubis is like a set situation. I think that's more of a toss-up than I'm giving it credit for in that statement. But I'm more focused on, like, for this series as a whole, kind of what Nuke looks like, because I think that if Chicken Coop can look good on Nuke, then we're really talking. Because I think Anubis is very much a toss-up, and if they were to pick up a nice win on Anubis, then they're they're looking at themselves able to, maybe find a 2-0 in a space that they got 2-0 at that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely going to be interested to see what they are bringing to the table here at the moment. Obviously, again, I think both rosters have a lot of excitement, kind of find themselves heading into this year in a surprising fashion, a surprising position. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what sort of form these rosters can come in. So, yeah, I just looked at chat quickly, and they said Talon was in China, Katie was just standing in. So, there's our answer. I assume that maybe that was a temporary stand-in situation, and now they're back in full force. They still picked up the win, and they did it in such incredible fashion. And as you said, missing out on that like vocal leadership there, I think definitely a hurt when it comes to Talon. Watching Talon play on LAN, I feel like he's just so vocal. You can see how loud he can get in the server and outside the server. So missing out on him, it definitely stinks. Katie, obviously, a great bit of firepower to bring in to replace him for a temporary stand-in thing, but still going to be exciting to see this roster at full force playing out.
Yeah, I mean, Talon is a guy that it's kind of funny, kind of seeing the difference between like him in the server, and like how vocal he is, and how how much of a strong presence he has. Whereas outside the server, like he is probably one of the nicest guys I've ever met in Counter-Strike. He's like, it's always a pleasure getting to talk to him. So yeah, I think that definitely something to be missing. And then you add to that, which to a team that's relatively young, I think this is sort of Misha's first time at this level. My understanding is like he was on maybe it was even a main team. I don't recall exactly, just a couple of seasons ago. And Arias is also, a player that's relatively young. So like I think that also is a part of this Alter Iron like come up story that is super exciting. This is when I talked about today in the green room before we got on, where I was talking about, this is what excites me about NACS. It's these matchups, it's these players getting the opportunity to step forward. That's what I mean.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, like I said here, Flo in the middle of last season got the call up from a main team, and it's now an ECL. So pretty cool story there. As we look to set our sights on the pistol, Alter Iron with a little bit of flash aggression, but instantly dismissed there with quickness. As the punishment comes through and a lot of resistance being met here. A bit of an awkward smoke landing as well, and Supa just shoots right through it. So connections on the inbound, smoke's already enveloping the site. Never's going to be punched in there safely, but okay, Little Beer did get the bomb planted, but steps up for a second and gets blasted by a headshot.
The fact that they get the bomb down, though, is big relief, especially when Supa's still fighting from Pizza's side. He'll eventually get cleared out, but a double up inside of E-Box, and now presence shown towards main. Don't even need to take this fight at main anymore, and yeah, just playing with the food. Talon unable to isolate until he can swing into Frizzy's crosshair, but tagging Bagel, good for one on either side of that. And so, as we get that pistol round finished up, it's Chicken Coop come away successful.
I mean, just such a strong foundation already. Then having a second layer to that execute as well. That molly into just smoke spam initially there from side of Supa. But having layers to your execute always provides a lot of value. Having those good post plants going to even further back it up. So pretty comfortable in the opening. Chicken Coop so far already showing their strength here on this map. We'll see what else they can provide here. They got a force buy to deal with.
Yeah, the full all-in here on the CT side. That's one we actually haven't seen a whole lot of. But 3 MP9 strong. You can understand when you can get that level of firepower on the second round. Definitely gives you some confidence. You look to take advantage. Chicken Coop, I love how measured they're being right now. There's absolutely no overextension. They're really waiting, trying to see what Alter Iron are interested in doing. And at the moment, they're not getting a lot of indication, so it's just a little bit of a, take the slow approach towards mid angle, which, again, we can see on the mini map. Kind of a good call. The grouping, this is relatively open. And whether they look towards B or A, which seems more likely at the moment, they should have the bodies to handle this stack.
bodies to handle the aggression here. Don't have the weaponry on the CT side to put up a crazy fight there, especially when they find the entries coming through. Capybara does manage to threaten a quick kill, but Little Beer has answered the A main point of call there with a couple of entries of his own.
Time to get out. Chicken Coop. I do think we kind of went deep on this, talking about Ultra Iron, but, changes wise for Chicken Coop, was Freaky, I think they were playing with, last season, and Taggy's taking that step in. I think that Taggy has really proven himself with all of those stand-in situations to be a super reliable piece, even in spots where it would be understandable if he didn't, didn't have high impact. Like, and I think, I saw that most with Akimbo, who, have a very distinct playstyle that he was able to slot into. I think that's a underrated value that Taggy was bringing, and why he kind of got called into subs so many times for a bunch of different stacks.
Yeah, that's not an easy group to join up and succeed with out of the gates there. I mean, the way that they play here, very quick, in your face, Counter-Strike, just goes to show his versatility. They had, so you're telling me they had a guy named Freaky on the team and Frizzy?
They did, yeah.
Freaky and Frizzy. That's a deadly 1-2 punch right there, but not
There's
just Frizzy
actually
and
one
Taggy.
Freaky, I think.
One Freaky?
Yeah, one Freaky. Like, the
Yeah, there's one Frizzy.
Yeah. I got the privilege to watch Frizzy a couple of times before actually seeing him in advance. He was here beforehand, but playing with the Fisher College team. Not last season, but the season before. Been a lot of fun. To a reliable piece. Supa. His one. Unfortunately, Little Beer just kind of gets... he's the guy to take the contact after Supa was blinded, and finds 2 USBs on the other side, serving up headshots. The good news is, Supa's got his trade, and 2 of them, in fact, as well. So no big deal.
Ooh, wow. It's incredible there. Quick spin from Taggy. Gets the job done. Make sure that he doesn't add any cost to this round at the end of it. So good backup being provided as they entry on up into this site comfortably. Oh, goodness. Looks good in the slow-mo as well. That long range MP or spray control there from the SMG, pretty nice.
Been already a lot of presence that Chicken Coop are showing towards B in their default. More than like even the usual. A lot of commitment, and Taggy throws all that utility. It's kept like 3 players here, split the A, defend somewhat, and only now returning to mid or Ultra Iron. So if they pop through this smoke that's just been put up, they might have a nice timing, Chicken Coop.
How much initiation they take here, because right now you're also seeing on the other side of the map there a little bit of B main aggression off the flashbang. So now Arias has just cleared out B. This is all the information to rotate more resources over towards A long term, which can just completely change the way this defense goes. So speeding this one up is to their benefit, and into the site they go. Gonna be more of a retake-centric approach here, it seems, from this defense.
That's a scary moment. Taggy's getting up into heaven. Misha's there.
Oh,
and Misha's getting removed too. Supa spots him out. And that's great from Talon. He's prepared for Taggy up inside that, even as Misha dies from sight. So, heads up moment from Talon. They're aware of Bagel.
Oh,
and Little Beer's DC'd. That's frustrating, because now that's one less on the site. Supa alone. And I don't know that DC changes things all that much with how quick Ultra Iron were getting in there, but it certainly doesn't help.
right. Yeah, I mean, they did very quickly collapse in on that, but like you said, just watching Little Beer fall off the structure there. Not to their benefit, that's for sure. Bit of an unfortunate timing on that disconnect, but again, looks like Ultra Iron really cohesive in that retake. Like you said, pretty heads-up play there from Talon expecting that smoke push after the spam comes through. That's impressive intuition coming through from him. So in a 4v5, being able to successfully pull that retake off. I guess technically a 4v4 if you count that disconnect, but that sometimes could be the problem there. If you can't get your lurk activated, you know, Anubis in those post plants, it's either about having a pretty decent advantage in the situation, having a late lurk activate in a post plant there towards A, or, you know, lastly, it's being able to take map control away from that CT side, so they have to push smokes through camera or something along those lines. And without having those key fundamentals, without being able to press into heaven, I think that round becomes a lot more straightforward in the retake effort.
No, I don't actually know who's calling for this chicken coop team. Is it Supa?
I'm not sure.
I'm not 100%.
I know Little Beer. I don't know him to be an IGL.
Yeah, I don't either.
think he does that. I honestly don't know if it would be Supa. I mean, like mentioned at the beginning, a more experienced player there, so maybe it could be him, but not sure.
Well, you know, and he's kind of been the leader of a bunch of those mixes, that he's put together, like that lore lineup a few seasons ago. I don't know if he was specifically the caller, but I know that like he kind of, I would mark him as the captain, even if that may not be true. You know, just from seemed like he kind of put together the team. And then when I saw him at Fragacago, he was very, very vocal on, was actually under the B-Hop name, believe it or not. They'd made some upsets in the early stages of that tournament. Obviously didn't go too deep, but I think was under a pretty heavy disadvantage. Some of the names that were at that tourney.
Good teams there. Ooh. Sarah managing to track that spam there so easily. Take some damage for his trouble, but happy with the end result. You can guarantee it there. Nice opening advantage to work off of here at the moment. Little 4v5 action sometimes can be a difficult thing to do on the CT side of Anubis, so giving them that relief early on. And they're not scared. Again, they are really active on these plays towards the B side of the map. Now they're pushing canals at the moment. Puts this round on a bit of a timer here, depending on if they can offer up the resistance. That flank is being held. The line is being covered, but Supa closes off and constricts this A bomb site. They can't cut off the cross from the bomb here, but eventually that flank will arrive onto the scene and have impact.
So similar situation. How break out of this with a disadvantage. Supa grabs that kill. Didn't look like he was aware of the second man there. Taking space is Bagel. Now he's alone. HP so low. Zera just going to tap on the bomb. Doesn't need to commit at this point in time, so doesn't. Plays the safer angle and the long con on that one for Chicken Coop. Or for Ultra Iron, excuse me. Pick up their second round.
I gotta give more credit there to Talon again, just playing a very smart, fundamental position there, containing heaven. Knows that there's going to be aggression very likely heading his way, so what's he do? He waits for it instead of activating on that post plant when the timer's ticking up against him and there's pressure on his shoulders as his teammates start to fall. You know, there's a lot of pressure for him to be saying, hey, I got to make a move here, but he knows the play's going to come to him at some point. You just have to be patient enough to, you know, collect off the back of it, and there he puts that patience on display perfectly. I mean, back-to-back retake rounds where he was able to do that.
Those are some of the things that, you know, Talon brings to this team. We'll get a buy here for Chicken Coop, but it's a little bit limited. You got some Tech 9s. And it's this slow creep up middle. We've seen this happen before. Contact being made. And some incendiaries invested in trying to hold that back. And that HE going to be chunky. In fact, it catches Supa entirely. They've lost a body. on the inbound. Gonna lose another there. Talon off the back of that Misha swings. And so that's a numbers positive trade as they get onto the site and Flo gets into position so that it's just Little Beer.
A little beer. He's gonna mess around with that op there, trying to close the distance with that Tech 9, but eventually overwhelmed by the resistance. We're gonna see Alter Iron lock themselves in 3 in a row now, building up this defense. Starting to fight into this one quickly. Good utility damage right there from Talon to start off. Put it into a 4v5, following it up there. So comfortable in this heaven position and being able to lock in some big wins.
It's sacrificial of him as well. Like, he's setting Misha up for success in that next duel. You know, also having a nice off angle. So hopefully he can get a slight jump onto that duel as well. And loaded your chicken coop for a half buy. And if earlier today is any indication, these might be continuing to be exciting, but we'll have to see. Very interesting. Chicken Coop have very quickly moved away from their slow defaulty approach that they pulled off in that first gun round. Now, with the pistols, don't have the luxury of the utility to work with on those.
I think they missed a molly as well for Clipsera's position. I mean, exactly where he was standing. Which I don't know how much it would have helped with smokes already in their face and with bomb already dropped to the floor, but certainly can't hurt to have that land. Holding down the line here pretty comfortably with far too many numbers for these pistols to deal with. Keep it nice and tidy there for Talon to close off here. Cap it off with some confidence. AK to be picked up as his reward. And Alter Iron Club now taking the lead there as a much needed timeout for Chicken Coop coming on through here after a couple of rounds in a row going awry.
Yeah, they looked like they kind of had a good idea of it. Some really nice heads-up play from Talon specifically. We've talked about a lot, but really reliable on that B-hold against the pistols. So, that'll get you into a good position. Time to talk it over. And into the gun round. I think there's, first question for me here is, back to that more slow-paced play. Or are we just going to see a little bit more of that, the map control? Because, we saw that play towards A sort of get cut off at the knees when Alter Iron just had so much more knowledge of what was going on across the map. First, because Chicken Coop, took some space early, but then left it open for Alter Iron to regress.
Trying to sneak around the edge of those smokes right there. A little set play to try and get them activated, but that smoke is too easily read in by Clipsera. Not gonna let that slide right there. So a little bit of trickery, maybe a gimmick in the mix, but oh my goodness, they are blasting this T side out of the water here. Everywhere. I mean, the timeout, I get what it's maybe leaning in on, a little play to make towards that B side, but then you really see on 3 separate prongs of the map 3 different moves all being made at once, and that's what's being brought into the mix there after the timeout, which is kind of a surprise. It seemed like at the end of there a bit of a lack of direction here. We'll see if anything can happen. Not quite. Araya's going to put this one to bed, and a complete shutdown. Alter Iron Club leveling them out.
Maybe need another tack actually into the next gun round, but for now, I mean, it's a pistol armor. Chicken Coop to work with. Also, gotta know that Alter Iron surviving with 5 there too. Really boost their already booming economy. That's just a lot of indicators that Ultra Iron are looking for. I mean, that lurk smoke, kind of one of them. They know Talon's been here. That's a great creep up from Supa. Catches him off guard. Now Misha in some trouble. He's got some support in the form of Flo, but he gets beheaded. Supa with a double entry towards A. That'll help him a lot.
Much needed access being gathered, but Misha ready to put this round to rest here, at least trying to. Covers off the A side fairly quickly, and the number's going to be punched in on the other side of the map here. Doubling up an E-box. Dodging the flash here, catching a back turn, and able to steady himself in time. As Taggy stepping in for another kill. Able to stay alive here as a panicked rotation happens here from Misha. Has a smoke here, at least for the bomb, but bomb's still planted. Pretty comfortable position. Actually, does have to step out for it. Well, he goes on top of that. That's going to completely deny him access from defusing. And has to wait that molly out before now a perfect opportunity for Frizzy to step behind the pillar. Well handled. And Chicken Coop bounced back here on the half-by instead.
That's a good play for Misha, but a great example of why the smoke should always go on the bomb. Almost every time. Especially on that B site. Smoking any of the choke points on B can just be so defeating, actually, in a post plant like that, where you're trying to get the defuse. It's an eco, though. You're not expecting them to have a Molotov. Fortunately, covered one from the body of a teammate. Here's where you can lean back on that economy I was mentioning that has been built up so heavily. Rebuy into that one. Here's the change up. Talon, very far forward. Looking to get up in their face before they can creep up on him. That's a beautiful flashbang, and Frizzy, basically no chance.
Coordinate their efforts here. Horizon wide open, but manages to come out on top. A delayed peek from Taggy costs him in this kind of awkward setup as the op is forward facing. Go back to studying himself here. Flo will connect the tripwire, going for doubles as well. Double dipping in on the action. Little beer left shaking. Turning that corner near certain death. We walk into it, certainly will, and same result as the rest of his team. Flo knocks down 3. Ultra Iron Club continue to move it up there. A slight hiccup just around prior to that one, but bouncing back just as quick as can be with another clean round.
They think things start to look a little bit scary, but then Ultra Iron with some adjustments of their own. Love that move from Talon, getting the flashbang to come back in. You know, it's just something that they've been so passive at before, and now Chicken Coop's starting to recognize that and try to take advantage of it. Only for them to, you know, see a different look the next round. Allowing Flo the opportunity to just get some free shots. RAS fortunate not to get spotted over the top of the smoke, but, you know, you gotta take those wins where you can. Here's that tack talking about, but we're inching our way to the end of this half, and it's already a pretty rough one, I think, for Chicken Coop, considering this T side.
Absolutely. Looking at like there should be a little bit of a panic here, just the cleanness and nature of some of these rounds of setups. Seeing Talon play very active and clever towards middle in some of these duels. Really well set up in all of their efforts. This is a great way to handle business if you're on this defense. And watching the smoke bloom right there. Double up on the A side of things here. Bit of an awkward range right now for a lot of targets heading around the corner. A4 better be ready here to steady himself. There's only a single kill coming through from the duo on this A site. Now timing works out perfectly in favor of Chicken Coop, and this is what they needed, exactly what the doctor ordered here.
They could have stalled him out there if Flo hits that shot, but
Ooh, oh!
it's missed the mark. How are they still alive? There's
Oh my
airstrikes onto the site, but somehow they've dodged them all. Quick shot out of Flo. Capybaras swinging around. He's got them both.
Whoa.
And the no-scope as well. After Chicken Coop do so much work to dodge all of that incoming utility, they survive only to get ripped to shreds on the re-entry.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, it was credit to the utility, but that op finds a couple of kills, battle opping right there. They really just don't allow Chicken Coop to, again, crucially take comfortable map control in the post plant. They're left behind pillars. They're left trying to play behind this smoke. All very vulnerable, and when you see a bit of activity, Capybaras and Flo working in tandem in that retake, it ensures that despite the numbers game being in Chicken Coop's favor, they still have to fight through with disadvantageous positioning.
And that's, I mean, that is a common factor that we talked about a lot. You know, very rarely able to play in those better positions because they just haven't been allowed opportunities to get there. Oh, what a shot out of Bagel. That's the op going down. In a duel that he had vision on. I mean, somewhat obscured, but still incredible. And it's no stop here for Ultra Iron. This is great decision making, just trying to take space, but they're so ready for it. This is great from Chicken Coop, recognizing a commonality for what Ultra Iron like to do.
Able to punish it. Here's the flank not quite paying dividends. HE or AK shot there, whatever does the trick really. He's on the other side of the map, still ready to try and run this one down. He met by some early resistance. HE's being thrown every which way. And a retake that's kind of a non-starter here at the moment. Big swing coming through. A Bagel will handle business, and Chicken Coop will put themselves up to 5 here. Maybe a bit of a struggle here in the T half, but something that they can look to build here into the second. And still need certainly a new lease on life here, maybe starting with a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a nice addition for sure. That being said, man, you do walk away from this half despite the strong end, I guess, here for Chicken Coop. Feeling like Ultra Iron just really had a much better handle on how they wanted to play this map, on what Chicken Coop were looking to do, what the right moves were on that CT side. When you go to the preferable T half and you're up 7-5, I mean, that's a huge boost. Ultra Iron, maybe this is, you know, in their prep. They have gotten a lot of these moments where they're on the right spot. You get an empty B site, quick to return fire as Chicken Coop as they swing back in through E-Box. 3v3. A late drop catches Frizzy off guard, and the HP so low for Bagel and Taggy. No need to worry, it seems. As he gets his one. HP low on the back of the site in the form of Talent as well. Now gone. Misha's got to swing out, and with 9 health, the both of them, Bagel and Taggy piece them up one by one.
Time to defuse right there. That's exactly what they needed. Bring through some energy into the second half, win a pistol, be able to build upon it here. Now, you know there's going to be a force buy, of course. You get straight on into it. And a couple of AKs being brought out there. A lot of priority on getting those rifles out into the hands of Arias and Misha. That's a nice headshot to open things up there. Talon didn't have the head. Kevlar didn't have anything to tank through that one, so long range headshot sends him sidelining. A utility's going to hit the floor as well, which is pretty crucial, as they did have a lot of utility from so many different individuals. And a dink of a headshot there from Flo. Super has to hit the FAMAS for his punishment. And, and then gets an MP9 as his reward. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, to sum an upgrade, for sure.
Now towards middle. We got the AK ready to go. That's one of those rifles being identified now. I'm sure you got this mid control. It is about what you can do with it hereafter. And already getting a couple of rotates baited out off the back of that play. Rice is looking to go active here. Couple in towards middle and one quick kill. That FAMAS does trade though in the hands of Taggy. Sacrificing that low HP bar, but a sacrifice well worth it to try and regather some of this mid-control. We'll see if they can actually take it. Smoke for the molly going through it now. Little Beer in no man's land. Overwhelmed, but able to steady his aim in time there with a big multi. When needed the most here, as Misha too low to survive here. And Chicken Coop will bounce back with 2 in a row and shut down the force buy.
And that's the moments that Little Beer really shines in. You know, stuck between a rock and a hard place in so many ways. No idea how he's survived that. Can only be left to assume a big whiff out of Flo, unfortunately. But despite that fact, I mean, he rights the ship so quickly, Little Beer, and dances and prances his way to another couple of kills. So, you flip the switch. Hey, we're right back into the tie game. It's like that first half never happened if you're Chicken Coop. Gotta continue doing what you're doing. And what they're doing is winning a couple of rounds straight now.
Passing in towards this off of one good flashbang, but there's a lot of players ready to go here. Can I get any kills off the back of it? There's one, but the HE trades now. Rice has that bomb. And he's going to kind of sacrifice here for everything to try and get those numbers punched in. And mission accomplished. On plant and some extra cash flow going their way. It's exactly what you kind of hoped for there. But it will be Chicken Coop building in a lead now into the CT side. And keeping these rounds relatively clean after the force buys have been put to rest. Looking to build some foundation underneath them.
Rare round where everybody walks away happy. Ultra Iron Club good for a kill in the bomb plant with their little investment. Chicken Coop happy that, you know, one player goes down, but they just sacrifice an MP9, so it's really no big deal. They're gonna get Supas on AWP as well. There it is. Supa, little contact play, essentially. He's got a rifler on his wing and just walks right in there, finds Ultra Iron. Not even napping. They're ready for it, but not quite able to respond in kind. Rizzy's deep. There gets the chance to turn and look that way, but like Rizzy is just gonna give that up. They already have the advantage. No need to force it any further.
Definitely stuck into a really tough position right now on this T side as well. Playing up against a 4v5, but also with just so little map control. No one towards that A main side, just a couple of smoke and mirrors. And now just starting the conversation for retaking B control, but Clip Sarah offers up a route out of this tough spot. Low HP on the Opera close by as well. Whoa. On the nade out there is an entry pathing, trying to catch the Op presence, and Molotov right on target. Forces Supa to continue to dance out of this position, but wait a second. Misha has this round all bottled up here. The quick flank, 2 headshots roll off the AK. And into the site there, into the retake. They delay the bomb plant with comfort, knowing that there's no pressure coming through from anywhere else. Taggy and Soup have to call this one out.
There's just no panic in Misha there. That's actually incredible. I just love to see the way that he's handled that. Yeah, 2 free kills kind of served up on a silver platter, but he I mean, he's so cool, calm, and collected, making it look so simple. Not panicking in any way. As much as that's a round the chicken coop could have won. Turns on a dime, thanks to Misha. Mr. Iron Club will go right back to the status quo, a tied game. On money is not exactly great. Chicken coop, as in, I'll have it for this round, but it is certainly the end of their economic boom. They can't continue to put up rounds. A fantastic supported flashbang. Gets Frizzy into position. Puts him into a winning position as well. 5-on-4.
It's a perfect setup there to recontrol E-Box, so they get themselves another opening advantage off the back of that flashbang. They're not just happy with the 4v5 either. Again, you can see there's constant pressure being placed on this map. A little bit of activity here being put towards B main. They got that now fully covered. And this is going to be able to set up some extra help in the mid round. Right on over in towards this A side, and they're going to have 3 players ready to go. One of which including the AWP here.
There they go. Misha up at the forefront. He'll get traded. Supa from Cake side. Looking for another one. Rattling off shots, but he's just got 1 bullet left, and the Molotov forces him out. Headshot with the USP. And oh my goodness, Supa, a threat even when he's not hitting on that AWP.
Yeah, and just never really gave the peak that Flo was hoping for there, waiting patiently, holding the left side peak of Cake right there. And it felt like he just knew. He knew if he had turned that right corner, he was dead on arrival in that extra peak right there, but decides against it, instead tests the waters on Clip Zero again, and then whips out the sidearm to take care of that op presence that he knew was watching him the whole time. There was no secret. He had the full read. So fighting all the way through that round. I highlighted that op. I didn't know how key it had to be right there in that situation, but needed to have a big moment, and he stepped up to the plate there. So Supa keeping them in that round and then closing it out with that extra kill. Timeout's being choked through for Ultra Iron.
Yeah, in the same way that Chicken Coop were kind of having to do the same on their T side. Ultra Iron feeling the pressure. Chicken Coop continuing their activity at B, but this time in E-Box. That's nasty. Little beer. It's no utility to kind of give an indication that that's happening. So Flo's caught with his back turned. They have to go B now. At least the fact that E-Box is entirely occupied means that there's some space to work with on the site proper, but trying to clear this out, it's a nightmare. They'll double swing in. Nice usage of their utility. Got left in it. We'll get the numbers down. This Chicken Coop still man advantage, but far out from this retake. This is a little bit difficult. Supa is so far back. They gotta wait for him to get into position.
Trade out the weaponry here. Frizzy's just so low, they tried to bait the wrong person, I feel like, and that cost him dearly, especially as Arias covers the other two, handling the pressure from the CT side. And Clip Zero ends up finishing off the double of his own. So the little mishap of the switching guns and extra delay and having that op try and trade things out on low HP ended up creating so much discomfort in that retake, and we're all tied up. And as I highlighted, chugging through those timeouts now, Chicken Coop gonna use their last one, but their money is completely devastated.
They pushed it all into the middle. Chips on the felt. And that last round leaves them wanting in a pretty hefty manner. And as impressive and back and forth as this second half has been, this is one of the worst times for you to be economically in a rut. Don't have anything to build from. You can see the loss bonus just getting started from how back and forth it's been. So, got to take the eco on this one, and it's not even really going to be that great a buy next round either. At least not for a couple of these guys. Supa, Taggy, Little Beer, kind of the ones I'm looking at. Interesting, a USP round and Chicken Coop are, sort of playing a standard round.
Yeah. Usually I've been so used to seeing stack ups in situations like these. Hey, maybe playing a standard USP round is exactly what they wouldn't expect.
They expect the unexpected, so you give them the expected?
Yes, exactly.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's, if you don't get it, that's okay. It's like a chess game,
You're still playing checkers.
And that's okay. Checkers are pretty fun.
I do like checkers. Play it at Cracker Barrel.
That's true. Do all the people know what Cracker Barrel is, though? Is that a thing, like, all around the U.S., or...?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't see many Cracker Barrels in Philly.
Okay. Well, because, like, it's a southern cooking type place.
Right.
But, like, it's a pretty big chain, so I don't know if they, like, they made it up north or out west.
The real brain power game is that one game where you have to hop the pegs.
Parcheesi? Is that what it's called?
So I don't know.
Oh, I know the game. Oh, no. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's true. Are you an ignoramus?
What? Oh, is that what? Yeah. Okay,
yeah, that's what it says on the back.
Probably. I don't think I've ever beaten that game here, but looking to win the game of Anubis right now is this hold again. Just kind of a contact approach from that CT side to aggress forward. That trade doesn't end up positive for them.
They've done that a lot. Like that move specifically, Cole. They've hit that a few too many times this half because it's worked out pretty much every time other than this one.
I mean, it even kind of worked out when they had USBs there and were able to get some damage off, but running through the smoke there, this is a bold move, and they get shut down initially. Frizzy with a big multi, looking to level the playing field there, and a timing from Taggy to connect upon here. A lineup here, almost 2 off of the MP9. Puts it into the 1v1 Bagel. Against the cheese of Clipzera, and he can't get away with it. He tries to sneak it down range here, but Bagel comes out on top. A nice clean spread.
That's what you're looking for. Top your Bagel. And to top on that round, Alter Iron taking their timeout. Man, that is absurd that Chicken Coop start that round off with such a negative trade. I think that Alter Iron, like you said, a really ambitious move for them to be moving into that B bomb site with, through a smoke. Their intention seemed to be kind of to break it open, but that didn't exactly work out, and Rizzy in a great position in order to defend against it. Gets that double up and sets Bagel up for the 1v1. Anyone's game at 10 apiece. And I like this decision from Alter Iron. They got a lot to win this round with, but they still have plenty for the next round.
Look at this. We're going to get some aggression here. There's going to be contact, or is there off of a flashbang? Smoke comes in for the T side, but they're past it and playing in front of the smoke. Super able to trade that thing out. Ends up going positive. At least with a lot of damage done on the tail end of that. Chicken Coop, they just love this aggression right now. And you look at the rest of the squad at the moment, and they really stacked over that B side off the back of that early contact and information. They now start to spread out a little bit. Just about in time. There's Bagel sneaks into camera. Was a second away from kind of walking into a full 4-man. But instead, now he gets to help out in this A-side defense, and as the dust settles, they're still in a good position here for Chicken Coop. Initial contact being pressured. Bagel ends up getting blasted, though. He uses that flashbang for some extra damage, but Little Beer surely overrun. The number's going to be punched in. Back and forth could continue here, depending on whether or not we see Supa and Taggy interested in this. There's so many low HP bars.
Yeah, but they don't know. This was... These HP bars are the vast majority from Taggy, like 120 damage grenade in trying to defend Supa's retreat from B main. So, Nisha and Arias, their HP bar is somewhat unknown. They're going to keep it moving. Looking to see if they can take advantage. Taggy's SMG, no big deal. Oh, but that's so very confident. Lined it up, and to get him through the smoke is Supa just trying to hold onto that defuse. Everyone's dead for Ultra Iron Club, but when it's this tight, when Chicken Coop are absolutely screwed on the money, it just does not matter.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the point right there. They're in double eco territory. They got a force buy, and obviously you know what that means. They're going to be force buying until they win or until they end the game here. And not in their favor. So here we go. 5.7s and MP9s to play up against the op and firepower that they're in. But nice HGs to soften the pain. But again, they're going to contact approach it.
Dude.
He had one shot there, but it doesn't connect, so one shot sent in return, and that will from Flo. And it's AWP there. Headshots rolling off there, and Frizzy is available for a trade, but so is Talon. You just continue to play this numbers game. It's going to favor you. Now, Flo does need to hold on to this AWP. And prepared for one, not prepared for the second. That op hits the floor. Might be a scramble to take care of Little Beer.
Yeah, this is a delivery simulator now, not Counter-Strike. Deliver this to Supa. That's the goal.
It's a survival simulator.
Yeah, sort of a... I was going to go like American Truck Simulator. But I guess that's kind of the same thing. If you think about it. You know? Highways out here, a death trap, so...
True.
Just gotta...
Well, not if you're in a big rig. You know, you probably...
That's true. Probably... You might be a little safer. I didn't think about it that way.
I think Little Bear's managed to avoid any calamities. No, not quite.
That's your fault. You did that to him.
I did. Honestly, that's crazy. As soon as I thought he was safe, he gets flashed and just turned around completely.
Yeah. Got run down. I mean, that's the right decision. You know that's the op. There's no question about it. And, I mean, realistically, even SMGs in this round for Ultra Iron aren't that big a deal because you know their money is so bad. There's unlikely to be head armor. In fact, not a single one of them. That's an extra HE, an extra smoke, an extra flash, whatever you want. Really seeming to be Chicken Coop looking more one-dimensional on their CT side than I would like to see.
Look at that, just the tiniest bit of vision and the initiation from Arias is taken. He's just keeping his distance away from these pistols for as long as possible. Gives him 2 kills there, essentially. Very valuable trade early on. Now you're hoping that Little Beer Bagel can get it done, but they've just lost their last line of defense on B. They might just look to close this out through elimination. 1 trade away, and they will find it. So Ultra Iron going to close out the mission here on Anubis and do it with a nice, just chaotic in the back and forth. It always favors that T side, and being able to win out in some clutches of tough rounds with Tech 9s, it gets the job done for them.
Yeah, extra gritty when it came down to that second half, the back and forth. You know, it was I think you could agree that Ultra Iron probably looked like they had a handle of Anubis more often than Chicken Coop did, but that second half, Chicken Coop were there that whole time. Honestly, I think the biggest problem for me was when, we saw kind of the same maneuver over and over and over again. And, that was fine when it was working, but then it started not to work, and it didn't seem like there was, an additional move in the tank for Chicken Coop to kind of move into. Ultra Iron very aware of what was happening and able to adjust that. Makes it 3 different maps in a row now that Ultra Iron have bested this Chicken Coop squad on as well. So, they keep building into this, proving their map pool, widening it seems. So Ultra Iron, I think you got to give them props, even though this is job not done. You got to be impressed with what they've been able to do, considering that fact.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly impressed with what they're able to do. This is more of that success story from Anubis. Those defaults just held up really good against that kind of contact aggression. They were handed a lot of chances to open up those rounds. And later down the line, when they're on those like half buys, or I guess force buys, I should say, when they have 5-7s and things like that, I kind of get the contact approach, but also doing it a lot, very frequently up against like those pistols of Ultra Iron, and doing it when you have pistols and kind of showing what's possible and what you're willing to do. It just feels like like you said, they just became really readable, and that allowed for Ultra Iron to get away with running those defaults and punishing that aggression very comfortably. So we'll see if things change here. Obviously, Nuke is what we look forward to next. It's going to be opportunity for Chicken Coop to strike back. They got to try and clean up the ecos and the anti-force buys that we saw from Ultra Iron Club. And if they can do that, I think they have a good chance of bouncing back, though. We will be finding out if they can do that right after this break. And hello everybody, welcome on back to more action here at CCT North America. We're ready to carry forward a second map of play here between two very exciting teams. Chicken Coop hopping into this one looking to bounce back, but they are hopping into their map pick of Nuke here. So hopefully that offers up a little bit of redemption here and an opportunity to fight back. And I certainly think there's the door opened for them to try and shut things down and take it to a third map.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Nuke is definitely a place that they feel comfortable. That being said, the nukes that we've gotten a chance to see from these guys, haven't been perfect. We've kind of seen some struggles. To be fair, that was like at the end of last season. Some changes being made into this season, and a lot of time between then and now to get things figured out. They wanted to go to Nuke last time they played against Ultra Iron. They want to give it a try this time around. You know what I am looking forward to though? I think that there was two specific factors that really took the cake for me on Anubis. I think the CT side that Ultra Iron was able to put together, and the consistency just across the board. They had everybody showing up in a pretty consistent way. So, those two things lending itself to their CT side start here.
Come out on top here in this sort of situation is Supa. Good job of setting the tone there with a nice headshot to open things up. But the dual breaders from Clips there, and oh my goodness, in unison they all strike, it seems. 3 kills hit the feed. And now, closing in on the bomb, here's a big problem. Little Beer has to fight for his life and maybe try and bring in some extra help, but inside of the heaven side of things, it's not going to be much help from there. Supa still being able to offer up some kills, but the numbers game not playing in his favor. Talon with a headshot will cap it off.
Yeah, I think this is, tossing back to it, what we were talking about on Anubis, some good decision making on the CT side. Mentioned Supa kind of cracking that open, but it was a, synchronized swimming type of moment there where everybody's kind of making their play at the same time. Very difficult to contend with. And Ultra Iron, the ease is with which they kind of win all those duels, but still kind of moving together, both, as individuals and as a squad. Well, get down vent. That's the hope. Well, the HE catches one, but the bomb escapes down the vent. +1. Little Beer still stuck deep in the door. But they'll get the bomb down, and I mean, that is job done. That's exactly what you're hoping for in the round like this.
Mission accomplished here. Now, maybe add some extra damage here into the mix. That could go a long way. It'd be a difficult thing to do, though. This bomb is taken away, and they're starting to close in on them. This player stuck behind the door there and flushed out of the system. Ultra Iron Club, 2-0 off the back of the pistol success. But like you said, you're going to take some small victories here. You got to look forward to some wins there. So a bomb plant gives you an even stronger purchase to head into this first gun run with.
A huge plus. I do like, though, that Ultra Iron kind of go for 4 MP9s here. That's a lot of SMGs, but all the SMGs are the ones that got the kills. And Nuke, it's a map kind of like Inferno we were talking about in our first best of 3 tonight. That can really lend itself to these MP9s. Allows a lot of success for something like that. Inner and the upper bomb site. Skirmish out in yard. That's what Chicken Coop are most interested in at the beginning of this round. Meantime, Flow is fully cleared this. It's not quite like the explosive lobby crunch that that might suggest, but it's just a slow burn where 4 players kind of are creeping in slow enough that they get the information.
Yeah, I mean, they get a lot of control there, but it's not without its cost here. Unfortunately for Chicken Coop, as quickly as they lose control of lobby, they gain control of heaven. Both of these rosters just taking the approach of, switching up the sights a little bit. We're playing Nuke reversed, essentially, at this point. This is a very bizarre situation here, but you know, regardless, I feel like Chicken Coop, especially with AKs in hand, should have a lot better odds here in how they play out this round. A lot of rotations and kind of a gambling call here towards the lower side, but as you can see, they're aware of the fact that lobby is not in their domain. Wow. Price wins that one with ease. Little Beer still cutting off the approach towards the vent side of things, and 3 MP9s in the mix. Maybe not even all that interested in making this one too much of an effort.
A lot of utility that they're still sitting on.
They go for a late diffuse here, potentially. Like you said, with a lot of utility, maybe a well-placed molly could do the trick, but too long range, and they really haven't budged on rotating away from this, so AK recovered. Clipzera going for, you know, kills right now. This Clipzera does manage to close out on a kill, gets out alive as well. So they end up taking everyone with them here, but Chicken Coop at least taking the round in the end.
Yeah, I'm kind of split on that. That's a lot left on the table in the form of that utility, but with MP9s on everybody and Clipzera walking away with an AK, 5 deaths is massive, because, I mean, look at how many Galils there are, but how big of a problem is that? You know? I don't think that Chicken Coop are too bothered by that fact. Gotten most of the utility out that they would have wanted to. Quick on the pace. Oh, they're taking so much damage through that Molotov, and it makes it easy for Misha to get those first 2 kills. Now, Bagel's low. Little Beer's gone down to 12. Quickly into position is Bagel. Catch Arias. So now we're even, but still HP of significant note.
I mean, that's going to play a huge factor here. Unless you run into the one-shot gun. Long range there, Flo will lock in a kill. Frizzy and Little Beer will have to pick up the pieces here, trying to head in towards that lower side. Really, most of the resistance is just going to be Clipzera already rotated down, but at least you're talking about a chance to punch in those digits without any real resistance ready just yet to go. They open up this door, though. They're going to kind of burn the clock and allow for rotations to kind of get more involved. Door going to swing open, and oh, it gets him off the bomb for just a second. Does get out of util. And Frizzy fighting for his life here in the clutch. Flo waits patiently, though. He knows those double doors are open. That's a bit of a liability. But does he have the right line of sight, or does he cross? No, Flo just denies access right at the right moment. Steps forward for the kill and cuts off any sort of access there for a reroute towards A.
Incredible work out of Misha. I mean, I think he's showed out in a big way in this game already with his A-side performances on Anubis, and now we're talking about that ramp hold. Made so much easier by the fact that they're tagged up heavily getting through that Molotov. And then you put that onto the 3-on-3. Able to convert in that one. Bomb plant doesn't even go down, so the chances of anything in this round is really not there. I mean, Glock kill out for Supa. Upgrade onto an AK, but he's being held. And you'd hope that you can get one of these MP9s into position to recover that rifle too. So, despite some decent positioning here for Chicken Coop, can't imagine that it's going to be an easy maneuver. But hey, that's a nice find.
Nice pickup there. Temporary though. Oh, wow, Frizzy managed to make it work with the Glock there for 1 extra kill. Adds a little bit of a price tag to a round. But, I mean, one of the biggest things I noticed there in that last map is when Chicken Coop were able to win a round, it always felt like it was, again, you know, kind of limited in terms of, long-term success. You're kind of struggling with that economy. That still remains true on this map, which is kind of a concern. Me, at least in the early stages of this map, how things are going and what sort of direction we're taking. Because the finances have been just so rough for this team all the way through this game. We saw it in the end of that last map. It definitely did not help.
I agree with you, but I also kind of feel like the meme, right? Unlucky. I feel truly unlucky in that fashion, for the finances situation for Chicken Coop. I don't know that they've done anything wrong or anything to particularly exacerbate that problem. It's just been unfortunate the way in which these rounds have gone down that's been the case.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it does feel like, and obviously it's on the side of Ultra Iron to we're in those crucial swing rounds, and they've had that in their bag consistently, but Chicken Coop missing out on a lot of those key chances has cost them so much in terms of the momentum of Anubis, certainly. And now, at least early on, their one round win costs them every player, right? Everyone goes down in that sense, so that has to be kind of a situation that they have to be frustrated in. Flow with the Opto, pretty passive ramp hold, all things considered, so see if they can get past this scope without too many casualties.
They got Misha down B, but he's the only one down there with those two players through yard into secret, so it's a little bit scary. Good pathing. Counterman's flows position pretty effectively. Makes it a lot easier to cut off J-Hall and allow for the drop. Misha, not known, but they're so very careful of him.
This is the sort of round that they definitely need here. They can close this one out without losing too many players. So they can still close it out. The positioning right now from the T side has to feel a little bit overwhelming if you're on the side of Ultra Iron. So a save already called in. They're going to try and play a contained game here or anything of that nature? Not quite.
I like the give call.
Yeah, me too. I think, again, finances have played a big role in the way, obviously, this game plays, but in this series in particular, so keeping your money healthy is a good way to win as well.
Terrorists win.
Often about the path of least resistance as well, and I think a save when you have the lead, even if it's a tight one, like Ultra Iron currently are keeping. They also just had so much utility left, too. That's the other thing. I mean, I think collectively they probably had $5,000 in grenades. But they don't have to rebuy as well. Just makes this this next round feel like a redo. Like, yeah, okay. They got the space. Now we just try again on our terms. Arias puts him in to location. He's got another one. Second vent, he's getting pressured heavily. That Molotov comes out and low HP. He was dead from the beginning there.
Ooh, really rough timing for Bagel trying to sneak his way out, but Taggy at least trades. And another one out of Taggy. Keeping them in a good position there as Flo attempts to answer back, but look in that department. Now Talon goes for the long con, but they're going to be in a head-on collision with his knife out. And he realizes the hard way. What's around that corner, thinking it was an A-side play. They just get a freebie, essentially, in that late round. And that is, again, winning these clutches, keeping them in a good position here.
Sarah really going for a lot of spam there on that push. Runs out of ammunition, and I think makes that a lot more difficult. Phenomenal work out of Taggy, who actually gets his first 2 kills of this map, but he was such an important factor, like win condition on so many rounds for Chicken Coop on Anubis. That's definitely a guy that you need to have on line, and it's taken a moment, but it's huge pickup. Here it is again for Ultra Iron. It's SMGs. Got a bunch of them. Money for next round. Flo's got money for now, and Clipzera, this is a phenomenal spot to work with the MP9. Now he's got backup support. And at that range, he still gets the damage done on the Little Beer. He turns. Oh my gosh, Klebzera. Absolutely unreal. Finally Molotov'd out of position, but he's done so much work before that.
Just so much done all. Like you said, unbelievable output. With that MP9 just completely collapsing.
And the reclear is so fast, too.
As soon as they void off on the positioning here, and even Arias coming out on top in that duel. Gonna help them out big time. Now a lot of damage out of the follow-up as the trade attempted, but Talon again left on a little bit of a surprise. Reclear of trophy. Must manage to find Talon a couple of unfortunate circumstances here. 30 seconds left and ample time to work with. Not all the time in the world though, so.
They're already back down vent.
Yeah.
This is so fast. Oh, but the decisions are crazy right now in this round. Ultra Iron Club haven't missed a beat, but Chicken Coop are in the same thought process as them.
I mean, I was gonna say they made it into the site here. Now, I think a very wise position there from Flo. Pretty much putting his life on the line right there for the kill. And as he goes down, he knows he's won the round. Because he's bought that extra, half second or so to make sure that they cannot punch in the digits. And Alter Iron Club moving on top in that round. Credit to Klebzera for that massive start, but then the quick reactions as well from that constant pressure and rotations.
That's Misha and Flo that kind of moved in tandem, a duo that were walk clearing everything, like actually 5 seconds behind Chicken Coop the whole round. Klebzera gets him into position to win, but Misha and Flo, their constant motion is what confirms it. And you talked about it too. Flo just kind of understanding when the time's that low, a split defense often the best course of action.
That time becomes a big factor right there, and uses that as an extra teammate. Incredibly effective. Moving on up here. This timeout's just rolling off right now from both sides. Calling this one in.
Not something you see all that often in North America. I used to love when eyeballers did this. They were a menace. I don't know if what their full intention was, but I used to call it, they would ice their opponent's timeout. Call one right after. Don't think that's what's happening here, but
could be. I mean, one of the bigger assets here from Alter Iron is that they just have had such a good read on the opposition and, how to collapse in on these really crucial swing round situations. And this is another one of those examples here. A very important swing round that could determine the pace of the second half, or the first half rather, in the second map. I want to keep their finger on the pulse here at the moment.
super constant in the wins that he's been finding. Great work out of Misha, who continues that activity. Frizzy's about to take this swing, and he's got the better of it. In through heaven. Double up. It's a double swing, but inside the smoke is Bagel. They have no idea. They're eventually going to have to get a clue as he gets spotted out. Time starting to expire. There's a kit. Oh, but there's not time. Bagel plays ring around the Rosie, and I don't know if he's got it. A tight one from Flo. Oh, and it's just enough. Alter Iron Club with a win on the defuse.
Oh my god, I mean, if you can't get any better read on the last round of playing with time, he just does it again in the next, with just enough time on the defuse, and enough composure to even let that bomb tick even further. Right now it seems like Flo's the master of time, and bending it in his favor for another round win.
They say that time only flows in one direction. I'm starting to think that's not true. To do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. These tight wins are really taking a toll in a long-term Ultra Iron economy. So, you know, as much as each round is an important victory, it's also putting some difficulty on their long-term economy.
More good positioning here. Again, Chicken Coop with a good position to try and set up a round. Talon offering up a lot of disruption in this department here, and another kill rolling out to Galil. Not a lot of HP left, but sure is causing a great distraction as Frizzy throws this round up in the air. AK retrieved as well for his troubles. And an op on the retake here, not quite doing him any favors. Flo trying to make a way in. I'm being tapped, but not stuck. And again, it's going to be one of these late round situations here. Flo looking to dive on into the fray, but a stray hits his head. And Flo off the bomb this time. Not enough time in the world to make this happen. Or is there? Everyone going to go down in this round.
Another one.
I do wonder, you know. I mean, I think Frizzy would have turned around if he had heard the bomb being tapped. But I do wonder if there was enough time.
If he could have gotten there.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he could have heard it by that point. The way Flo's been making that work, honestly, I'd back it.
Exactly.
Rare miss moment there for Misha, who's been pretty automatic in those important moments. Like, he's often been like one line of defense, and getting one or two has been the minimum for him. You know, it gets removed without much of a resistance posted that last round. I think also a great move by Frizzy, tossing that smoke, providing question marks if he's gotten out to the site, moving back to work with his teammate in double door. So those late round decisions for Chicken Coop starting to pay off as we get some of that unfortunate timing for Ultra Iron Club this time around, where, you know, Chicken Coop were in that position where they sort of had to force buy the rest of the half. Now it's Ultra Iron Club who have to be in that spot.
Has to be a huge relief. I mean, as I said earlier, it's just not a position that they're all that familiar in, being able to put their opponents on a 5-7 round. Oh. It's out of there. By the skin of his teeth. Rye's staying alive here and staying with us. Good molly to avoid off what could have been tough, disrupting start to this one.
I try to clip Zara. Don't think that's going to turn the tide too heavily, though. There's a lot of bodies on this A-bomb site. Zara watched for by Frizzy. I mean that, honestly, I think Talon maybe hoping for an upgrade here as he escapes. Feels like the best possible outcome for him and Misha, who are ultimately looking to get these saved into the final round of the half.
Terrorists win.
I'm gonna have to force buy here once again after the last one. So back to back in that department they go. Chicken Coop could level out a half here, bring in 6 T-side rounds on Nuke. They'll be happy with that, I'm sure.
This has been such a competitive half despite the difficulties that Chicken Coop have weathered. Oh, timing. Timing. It's just Bagel's enemy. Flow once again. Says thank you very much. Gets away with an AK upgrade.
AK for his troubles. Is Talon gonna be troubled by this AK though? Some headshots rattle off. That'll be enough to put a scare on you. What's gonna scare Talon though is this perfect flash. It catches Supa though as well. Not as deep as you would have hoped, but there's a follow-up flash for him to succeed. But where there's one, there's more. And there's a whole lot more than they bargained for here. Diving down into the fray is Frizzy. And Club Sarah dancing all over this heaven position. So one extra round there considering the MP9s. Ultra Iron Club make sure that they hop into the second half on top.
Yeah, and listen, Ultra Iron, it's a tight lead. 7-5 isn't the most impressive scoreline on the CT side of Nuke, but I think that the fashion in which they got there again leaves me really, really feeling good about what they were able to put together. The value that you get out of those MP9s over the course of the half were pretty darn good, and I think all of the decisions that they were making really showed what they're made of. Flo having an incredible half at 13-5. Zera, big impact on an MP9 round of his own. He's 12-8. Chicken Coop, for all of the difficulties that they had, I think 5 rounds is damn good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I managed to make it work there. I mean, again, a lot of economic struggles here throughout the grand scheme of a half. So being able to walk away kind of weathering the storm, being able to bring some efficiency into this T side is certainly something that you will take. So that momentum can carry forward into the second. Continue to find themselves in a good spot.
Tech, it seems. The quote. Cat issue.
Is it a cat issue again?
Yep.
I had a nickel for every time there was a cat issue. CCT in 2025. I'd have 2 nickels, which is weird.
Weird it happened twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of money, but something.
Personally, the cat issues usually don't last too long.
That's a good point.
You gotta love them. Some.
It's an interesting round out of Ultra Iron already. Contact made out yard. Letting that P250 just try and, get active. Meantime, they're ready to play off of this towards inner if they, get the right look, I would assume, but seeing the space that's being taken by Arias, it's more towards the lower bomb site that they're going to head.
Just an instant 1-for-1 there taking place, but taking all the space right now is Ultra Iron. Bomb planted front silo. Sets up this 4v4 post plant. You can see a little wall of scrimmage right now on the way that these CTs are trying to regain control. They're all trying to fight through double door and single right now, but that's a tough choke point to crack through, and the Glocks are playing those close range duels, and they're going to come out on top. So as they finally say hike, Little Beer left last standing, and it's the T side that's able to collapse. Little Beer forced to dance in between these angles, 1 HP. He's toast. Just about no matter where he stands on this. Can he find any extra kills on his way out? Certainly. Clotheslines Talon. But yeah, he is gone.
Dead.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, this bomb, the most unfair of all the bombs in many ways.
So it's the most unfair, especially because it's like there's just not a lot of places you can escape.
Yeah. Your spawn, their spawn, and ramp. If you have low HP. That's it. Anything under 30, and I think you're dead pretty much everywhere else. You know, bomb plant location, you know, sort of notwithstanding. All that, does mean, though, that Ultra Iron, that's another pistol round that they'll add. Which, you know, series today, it's kind of been defined by some pistol round dominance in many ways.
I mean, it certainly goes a long way when, again, even when the pistols are kind of up in the air, there's been a lot of ecos into the mix and things of that nature. Let's get our guns out here, ready to go. This flow, a little lackadaisical around the corner, meets a lot more than what he's bargained for here. This Clips there will use that MP9 to full effect there, making sure to jump around the corner. Needs some help, though. USP can provide some resistance. Clip's just trying to stay alive at this point in time. Everyone's just trying to stay alive, but someone needs to find the kill. Come through eventually, and it will be Ultra Iron Club getting past that bye.
Yeah, the move made there by Chicken Coop. Not so successful on the pistols, but this will be a really important round for Chicken Coop especially, right? They more than Ultra Iron really can't afford to lose this one. Misha just tries for something really aggressive. Frizzy's so prepared. See that happen. Supa out in yard. Supa's been so consistent. And getting these early duels across the series. And that's a gun barrel that Supa will take advantage of. He'll grab another. V4. Don't think there's a lot of chances here. Especially not when Bagel's playing so passively. The jump spot gives him information without him having to commit.
Keep this one nice and tidy, though. Starting the bomb plants won't help you in that department. Flank comes through while the bomb was being planted, and that'll provide some extra coverage here. Clips there looking to provide any extra damage, but sidelined by Little Beer with some quickness. Chicken Coop pretty quickly punish that aggressive motion, and then shut down the round from that point.
You know, I think a lot of the positives that I've taken away from Ultra Iron is that there's not a lot of rounds where they look lost. This is one where, you know, they didn't seem to have a super clear game plan. It was very tentative, and sometimes that's what you want to do. You want to kind of reach out some feelers, see what the defense is looking like. And unfortunately, in this example, Ultra Iron kind of fizzled out fast. So, a rare miss in that regard. Now, Clipsera's down to $0. Everybody else is on the half buy. Misha, unbeknownst to Chicken Coop, has gotten down the vent. Bagel sacrifices himself. That's now upgrade onto a rifle. They try to get down to answer the call, but Chicken Coop are scrambling.
Understandable panic here could be setting in. But Supa rotating down with some composure. Lining up that kill will provide some comfort here. There's a block around that corner. Talon will suffer the same fate. So Super right now, I mean, it's essentially saying, hey, everyone, don't over-rotate, don't jump the gun on these lower pressures. Still ready yourself on this A side, as this crossfire is tough to crack through. Little Beer might be caught a little bit surprised, though. Certainly is. Clipzera slides on into the action here and looking to provide some extra help. Certainly will find it. And another headshot coming through out of Arias all the while. They lull them to sleep as Supa goes and clears out the lower side and then spring into action at a moment's notice. But Taggy still in the server, causing chaos. And Clipzera got to do a lot more here to try and close this thing out. Boarding the spam initially, looking to play off his teammate inside the hut, but we'll just step forward off that initial contact and be able to close it out. Clipzera with some massive impact in this round, and again, what comes down to here is closing out these important, crucial swing rounds, these rounds in a row, and it's such a trial for this team to get that down the range.
Yeah, and look at where they're at. Broke again. The fourth buy incoming. What a perfect position that Frizzy and Little Beer are located in with that crossfire. How it goes so horrifically wrong is honestly a question mark that I think that Chicken Coop are going to have to ask themselves. You know, I think in reality, slightly too passive, but, you know, what's the right play there? Honestly, couldn't tell you. They just get caught by Clipzera walking forward, being diligent on clearing all those angles out. Now we're at 3 MP9 strong. We know what this can mean. Ultra Iron made these MP9s look so darn good, but really impressive the way that they're just taking this space. Clipzera at the forefront. Arias with the flash to toss in. Checks him at the door. Let's Ultra Iron Club. Have a lot of good looks. Now, Misha's going to go down. That crunch towards lobby is effective. In the meantime, Ultra Iron have B.
They're still unaware of this possibility, hoping that maybe it's going to be a wrap towards that out of yard, but Util should be pulled soon, and that should give up position end to the B site they go. Still not a bow in this round just yet, though. It's finally the bomb being planted. They still have to figure out some form or fashion in which they get Arias involved. He's very far removed from the situation. That is if this is even a retake here. Might never need to activate, as the round's already confirmed. 11 locked in for Ultra Iron. And the save called out, but that's if they can get away comfortably. Arias, as you can see, has cut one off.
Tossing that nade deep in there, just trying to see if anybody else is lurking loose. The answer is no.
Probably still think that there's players trying to go for this retake or something. Such an early call on that save.
That's fair. Yeah, good point. All right, everybody fighting their way out. Taggy the only one who has to do any fighting to get out, but ultimately all three surviving. That is important. But I don't think that the decisions become any easier here. At 11, Force Buy seems a very reasonable option to continue to push forward. But, you know, Chicken Coop will have had 2 gun rounds the second half if they continue force buying. And that's such a devastating feeling. So calling this save, it's a hard call to make, but I like this one. I like that they're, you know, trying to bet on themselves. Even allowing Ultra Iron this potential to get up to 12.
That'll be a frustrating call, and it has to be a call that then leads to some success, because if you bet on yourself, it's got to be you that comes out on top. Already Arias able to do what he ended off that last round with, finding that quick kill, this time to open up a round, though, instead. Clipzera will follow suit there with another beautiful headshot, and it already feels like it's spiraling out of control with Flow catching the re-aggression. They're just letting it fall into their hands here as Bagel looks to crack it open, but he's stuck in a rock and a hard place here, still fighting his way out. Anything extra here, there's no way he can make it happen with the USP, and he does go down swinging, but he goes down nonetheless as Clipzera catches Little Beer at the top of the heaven. And they shut down the round from that point forward.
Well, here it is. Chicken Coop always been on the back foot this whole series long. It's been an economy issue more than anything else. And as you've been talking about, a matter of winning those key rounds that turn the tide, it's always been against them. Time to see if the moon is rising. That tide is going out on Chicken Coop because they invest their last time out in what could be the last round if they don't win.
Fight for their life from this point forward. See what they have left in the tank here for a team that's gone through so much turmoil in this series. Had to fight through so many difficult situations. Last round just really goes to show how effectively Ultra Iron have been able to punish those situations. And well, same old here. Quick opening duel there. This time Arias, limited. Puts that out of yard, but already being able to open things up with multiple kills. Misha stepping up into the action here very early on. Supa so hyper aware. And now this is last player known, fully known. No secret about Supa's position. He's the one that started it all off so well, but it's going to be Misha to end it with that aggressive A motion. Quick kills rolling out in a quick best of 3 for Ultra Iron Club.
Yeah, twice over and make it 4 maps straight for Ultra Iron Club as well. 4 different maps, might I add.
Wow.
Against this Chicken Coop team. I mean, that is some incredible breadth of map pool that Ultra Iron have been showing for us. And that nuke, by the way, again, recalling Chicken Coop picked into that. So, you know, they saw what happened on Inferno on Ancient last time out, and they said, nope, I think nuke is a better option, only for them to get beat even worse than either of those previous maps happened. And that's honestly not to say that Chicken Coop played a horrible game either. I think that's more credit to Ultra Iron, who, like, on an individual level, kind of looked like they had the run of this series. But when you're talking about like the prowess that we saw from, you know, guys like Flo, guys like Misha, you know, everybody kind of had their round, and then Arias, who was pretty, you know, quiet, didn't necessarily have those huge rounds on the CT side. Once the T side started, like, he was a menace out in yard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case there. It just felt like there were so many different tools here at the disposal. Really full team effort. And, you know, even Talon, who had a bit of a tougher map on Anubis, was huge and just constantly impacting the server in a big way. So it just does seem like there's so many different solutions. And it's tough to think back to a time in which I'm watching, you know, this roster in advanced last season at 3-7, right? In the turnaround here.
Yeah.
Like you said, the breadth of the map pool being built up and these foundations being brought to the table so quickly. It's so impressive, the turnaround of a team here. And obviously a big victory to step into an exciting season. I mean, obviously this roster is so pumped. It looks like they're working very hard to set themselves up for success come this season of ECL, and they certainly have the damage to back it up.
I mean, you don't go 7 BO3s in a row through a lower bracket without having a good map pool. I mean, that is just a reality of the situation. And I think we're just continuing to see that. So, you know, a 2-0 position here for Ultra Iron. I think, you know, coming out and proving that what happened last season wasn't a fluke. And they've been doing that already with their relegation performance, you know, and moving forward. I'm not saying that was a fluke, but I think it, you know, it can be easy to kind of paint that picture and paint them into a corner. And I think that they're showing us with this game, with their previous series as well, here in CCT, that's just absolutely not the case. Doubters be damned in that case, you know. Chicken Coop, on the other hand, you know, it's an uphill battle for sure against that opposition in particular. Also, you know, you got to respect that they played a good game where, you know, genuinely could not find a win in the right moment. like
Yeah.
They would win every round that, you know, I won't say didn't matter, but every round that didn't mean, you know, a couple of rounds of success. It was just the one and dones.
Right. Yeah, that was a big point of tension here for Chicken Coop is that they could find these big rounds. I mean, you talk about like moments on Nuke there where Clip Zera finds that massive entry. They allow sneak downs the vents, and that creates a lot of discomfort. Like there were so many different moves at Ultra Iron when these swing rounds came through that they could rise to the occasion, and that Chicken Coop would fall underneath their grasp. So I'm right there with you. It's going to be an exciting season. I think Chicken Coop definitely bounced back from this. For what I've seen, like you said, if they can get their head around these big swing rounds, which I think is more of a mental factor that they have to fight through than actually like a thing in the server that they need to fix, I think they'll be a-okay. That being said, that is all the action that we have here for you today. So tomorrow, as you can see from some of the standings, I believe that's Might that actually caught a forfeit win. We only have a single best of 3, I believe, tomorrow here. As you can see, that the action in ECL going on is crazy. So one best of 3. It's going to be an exciting one, though. It's going to be one that you do not want to miss. Regain taking on Getting Info tomorrow at 6 Eastern. So going to be a pretty exciting bit of action to carry us forward into that Tuesday. It'll be the same faces tomorrow as it was today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. On behalf of myself, Vincent, alongside me, and of course our hard-working production staff out back there, we wish you all a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.